Okay. We are live. Let's enter the mirror. Let's begin. It's time to begin chapter 11EX of part 2. There's no music for a minute because I need to grab something. I can't do anything about this, okay? There is nothing I can do about this. Actually, I've got an idea in the future. But anyway. Pin that. There we are. The chapter's name, by the way, isn't what it says there. It is actually... No, not that. It's the title, obviously. Close. Thank you. The night which the light dreams of. So obviously, clearly there, like, you know. Dreams are obviously involved. Night makes you think of Layla. Light makes you think of Senadia. And the light of faith and everything. Still though, do wonder what the title could mean. Right, it says this is chapter 11. I'm going to click on it though. I'm pretty sure this should be 11EX. I don't know why this says 11 on it. Let me just click and see what happens. Does it throw me into anything? It shouldn't. I guess we're not on that yet. So need to change the chapter, which we'll do now. Do you want to change part chapter progress to EX chapter? Well, we are on that, so yes. Did the Ride in May event last time? Something Guardian Eve. Forgot what the name is. Give me a minute. We did. I put the name for itself, so I'll know. Yeah, Timely and Eve's Miracle. That was it. A nice little star symbol. Really good Ride in May rice cake event. I have not been able to watch some of the web event stuff. For some of the stuff I have missed, but from what I've gathered, that's not an issue and I'll watch it in my own time. I'm just going to stream today and then watch some stuff in my own time. So this should be where we're up to now. Yeah, this, because I don't want to hear. We're on here. Dawn shines at the dream's end. I wish you forever to enjoy the happiness of freedom, and I wish for you to... yes. Let's find out. Continue the main mission. I really love EX chapters, so I'm really excited to see what we might get. I haven't got what else. I'm in chapter 11 part 2 as well. That was interesting. I like the background. Good, I can alt. That helps. Right. Bear with me. Dun, 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 dun. When I say alt to be clear, it's stuck on me on like my Discord where I'm typing and putting notes and like screenshots and stuff. I'm not like doing anything else but that. I'm very focused on the chapter, to be clear. Right, that's that. What I will say last time as well is, do I go over recap? Yeah, I think I do. Right, give me a minute. I need the capture. I know you want me to read this right now, but that's not how I've done the story for a while now. So, bear with me. Yeah, Discord capture not distorted. Yep, that looks correct. Close that. Yep, that's fine. Okay, so last time they nearly stopped they nearly did stop the disaster of Defang, but then at the end of it, is it here? Let me just check. Yeah, the timer hit, and then it just kept counting, didn't it? Yeah, the timer, yeah. The abrupt countdown began ticking again. So it cycled. It continued. It counted down to Doomsday, and then, like, continued counting down to Doomsday. And then after that, it destroyed... Oh, yeah, it's the text here. My bad. But no one except... Yeah. It destroyed the joys of the living in an instant, and returned the god who was stranded in an endless dream to the mortal world she loved. Thanks to the connection between her authority and Defang, she soon learned everything that had occurred so far and became more certain of one thing than ever. This is a recap for myself as well, to be clear. The help of the saviors, yeah, kind of like the Trinity, or yeah, Corelli, Helia, and Dreamseeker, and I'll see you, Yon. The help of the saviors, the accidents caused by corruption and responsibilities overwhelming the god who pushed Defang to take its final step towards surpassing its fate. To preserve the light, there's the light talk again, emanated by the present in everyone's hands. She had to tell all there she had to tell all there was to know about Senadia, and then the countdown was starting. So she says, you know, that future seemed clearer than ever. Meet with me at the wishing tree. There's something I want to say to everyone. So she knows something about the future in quotation marks, so it's left more ambiguous. Yeah, they're wondering how Senna made it through this. And then we got a very big lore drop. We got, like, the book had already foreshadowed that maybe she... Well, no. Technically, chapter 42... No, 43 already showed Kiana and Senadia meeting, but we didn't know fully when. It looked like it might be more in between or in the future or something. But it was in a dream. As a god, Miss Kiana is far more suited to the role than I am. She brought me a savior from another world. And did everything she possibly could. But I still can't help feeling it's a shame. I've waited here for so long just to see you all grown up. I assume being, yeah, the four of them. 3 of that in this case. I've waited here for so long just to see you all grown up, but by the time I had left to stay by your side... Yeah, the time you've left to stay by your side. Yeah. Has nearly run out. She was on, like, spare time, it seems. So that'll be interesting to find out what that might be, if we find out about that. Yep. They ended it there, didn't they? Oh, yeah. and walk towards that future that was decided long ago. Yeah, if the path leads to that kind of future, this is what Nahara's been saying, then she should pay back all the time she took from you. I told you the right answer long ago, Senadia. Since you still refuse to accept it, I'll have to do it for you. Something happened to Layla. And then they just ended it. She can be surpassed, can be questioned, and should be said goodbye to. A mess for atheists. Yeah, we know Nahara was warning Senna about intervening too much, or trying to do too much as a god with mortals. And also doing too much for them. It's very interesting. I want to know more about it. But what was also more interesting is that the disaster still seemed to strike. Yeah, it destroyed the lives of the living in an instant. I feel like I'm missing a piece of text. And also thanks to the connection, like it says, connection between her authority and Defang, probably because of the city she made, and you know, her authority as, you know, a creator god. She soon learned everything that had occurred so far and became more certain of one thing than ever. So there's that. Oh, no, actually, give a minute. Need to press a button. There we go. I'm just checking something. I'm gonna go missing a piece of text on the other thing. Let me check. Then again, the disaster didn't seem to happen again, but it is counting down still, so it's only been partially prevented. I still actually wonder if there is something that like is controlling the said disaster, and there is some sort of intent, even waiting. Even trying to make you Yun look like, oh, it wasn't disaster. Hang up your hat and stuff, and then trying to like manipulate. I'm just wondering, but I think it's just a coincidence, or there's some other like thing going on. It probably won't be something that malicious. But the Shadow of the World theory stuff, isn't there? So there's that. Chapter 11 part 2. It would be just like the last folder. I'm very sure it did say the disaster just teared everything, didn't it? Yeah, there was no other context. It just said, yeah, it destroyed the joys of the living in an instant, returned the god who was stranded, and end the stream to the mortal world she loved. So something seemed to happen. The disaster did seem to happen, or is implied to have happened, or is going to. I'll try to put it. Either way, let's just continue now. But that is what's going on at the moment, so there's a lot. There's more than that, but that's all you need to know for now, I think. I don't think going over all the other stuff would really tell you much, and I'd rather do a video where I focus more on that. Things that you forget after waking up. People like to call them dreams. But for the things you can't forget after waking up, time likes to turn them into memories. Thick, with a distinctive scent. Assuming some sort of essence or similar thing with like nana and then like scent with like memory and stuff. Some sort of sensation or sensing. I know you don't mean literal. And some sort of essence to them all. Meaning or familiarity. Time likes to turn them into memories. Thick with a distinctive scent. Okay. Does that trap you or make you not think about it? Or not have all the pieces? So. You know what? Don't worry, I'm not going to read everything out. But for things like this, I'm obviously going to read stuff out. I'll obviously just talk in between. I've learned I can't read it all out after all.
夢のような儚さを持ちながらも記憶に深い爪痕を刻むものは何と呼べばいい?
If someone can use a fleeting dream to leave a lasting mark in my memory, then what should I call it? Trying to define this mark? Yeah, how do you define it? What do you call it? Alright, guess that's all we're getting. We have something called expert. Mine's a filthy a bit. Traveler. How expert. Who's traveler?
この呼び方は全宇宙親しみやすさランキング1位らしいよ。そう呼べば全く面識のない赤の他人でも毎回にっくり答えてくれるの。
It sounds like Senna. It's the number one honorific in the interstellar friendliness database. Every time I use it, strangers respond with a big smile.
その態度と呼び方は無関係だ。きっと8割の人間が魅力的と感じる君の顔立ちが功を奏しているのだろう。しかし、それは悪いことをしていない場合だ。過ちを犯してしまった私たちは黙っていた方がいい。
I like they're calling it a traveler and stuff, or travelers and things like that, because that's very like... That's very miHoYo to do that, honestly. They have it in a few of their games, this concept like a traveler, a wanderer, stuff like that. And also this reminds you a bit of like SAR's Journey a bit as well. This is obviously Nahara. The Traveler's Dragon Companion. If we hadn't messed up, I'd say this has nothing to do with that. But a face that 80% of humans would find attractive. But since we did mess up, it's probably better to stay silent. Hmm?
窮地に陥った時こそ主導権を握るべし。青函旅行家ガイド第5章のタイトル名通り、私は屈しないよ。
Chapter 5 in a guide for interstellar travelers is titled, The more disadvantaged you are, the more you fight for the initiative. I'm gonna say it anyway. Oh no, I think my mic's done that. That actually agitates me immensely. Alrighty, let's read this again. God damn it. Things that you forget after waking up, people like to call them dreams, in quotation marks. But the things you can't forget about waking up, time likes to turn them into memories, thick with a distinctive scent. So, if someone can use a fleeting dream to leave a lasting memory in my memory, a lasting mark in my memory, then what should I call it? Yep, and silence, and then... Lab expert. It's the #1 honorific in the Interstellar Friendliness Database. That's an interesting name, as I said before. Every time I use it, she responds with a big smile. If we hadn't messed up, I'd say this has nothing to do with that. But a face that 80% of humans would find attractive. But since we did mess up, it's probably better to stay silent. Is now, of course, the Traveler's Dragon Companion, which I assume is Nahara. If we hadn't messed up, I'd say this has nothing to do with that. But a face that 80% of humans would find attractive. But since we did mess up, it's probably better to stay silent. But then Sanera Traveler. Chapter 5 in the Guide for Interstellar Travelers is titled The more disadvantaged you are, the more you fight for the initiative. I'm gonna say it anyway. And we're good. Right, let's continue now. Sorry about that.
では、竜巻を起こして駐車場を破壊した仲間を黙って見ていた青函旅行家を名乗るそちらの女性に。
Sounds like Dream Seeker, so I'd assume Layla. So the girl who calls herself an interstellar traveler. He lets her friend whip up a tornado and destroy the parking lot.
In
the name of the goddess of Luoxi, I grant you the right to speak honestly. Why is it you? Is Dream Seeker viewing that?
まさか一度も行ったことのない星の神様にまで知られてたとは光栄だよ。まあそれはさておき、まずちゃんと謝らなきゃ。
Now I'm confused. How would Layla be here? At this point. Interesting. So, Some things to consider, I guess. Not got a lot I can say really right now. By taking it back by it. Oh! It's not got the usual look actually. Yeah, it looks extended with the crack and stuff after like the Oxio stuff. Interesting. Is she a blank slate again? Well, not blank slate, but you know what I mean. Like a Star Whisperer. That was 10. That was 10 images. I wish you do this to me. The travelling reminds me of like Grecia, it reminds me of like the Travellers in Genshin, reminds me of that's expressing Crystara. Travellers using a few things. Let me also check something quickly. Also, yeah, Sar and stuff. There's travelling in general. We have a lot of it, like in the games and stories. Travellers, wanderers. I always love this type of like characters or story focuses. Just checking some GGZ for a minute. I definitely... There it is. Yeah, you did have someone there, of course, someone traveler. Interesting. Anyway. Yeah, in the name of the goddess of the Luoxing, I grant you the right to speak honestly. Yeah. It's quite...
まさか一度も行ったことのない星の神様にまで知られてたとは光栄だよ。まあそれはさておき、まずちゃんと謝らなきゃ。
It's interesting she's with Nana. It's quite the honor to be recognized by a god from a planet I've never set foot on. But still an apology is in order.
ごめんなさい。私たちが悪かったんです。
We're sorry. It's our fault.
でも、ナナがまた竜巻を起こして駐車場を直してくれたし、彼女自身も安全な大きさまで縮んだから、それに免じてちょっとだけ、ほんのちょっとだけの罰にしていただけたら嬉しいな、なんて。
It's good to see this Senna again, that they're called Traveller now. They have Nana for some reason. I hope you can take into account that Nana has fixed the parking lot with another tornado shrunken down to a safe size, and punishes just a wee little... No. Nope, stop. Anyway.
もっと言うなら、時間とは関係ない罰にしてもらえませんか？関係あるとしても、どうか短めで。旅行家にとって時間は一番大切な宝物なんです。
So is this the actual Layla? But then again, it seemed like Dreamseeker's all speaking through, so is there some sort of like jointness right now? This seems to be a different point in time as well, because someone like destroying a parking lot with a tornado and nothing that big of a deal. Also, please don't let the punishment be related to time. I see what you did there, miHoYo. Time, finality, important, along with everything else so far, and a reflection of that thing to do with time and everything else. I'm not going over it all. You know if you know. And if there has to be, please don't make it too long. You know, for a traveller, time is the most precious resource.
一度も行ったことのない星。
Planet I've never set foot on. Is this Dreamseeker? Is this one of the Dreamseekers? When is this? God is thinking.
今までどんなところを旅してきたのか聞いてもいい？
They seem quite merciful compared to the voice before. Felt more like the other Layla. Could you tell me the places you've been?
神
神様にも青函旅行のご予定が？
Said Kami-sama, so God something, right? Are you planning on going on an interstellar voyage too? Yeah, I think they just want to learn about where you've been. Maybe they use that to judge you? I don't know. Perhaps due to her nature, the traveller missed the melancholy and nostalgia in the god's eyes. The mere hint of curiosity in her question was enough to capture her full attention, prompting her to offer up 120% of her enthusiasm. Interesting. So you're usually not that enthusiastic then. But because obviously Senna, and because I assume you're Layla or something, or some sort of mix, you'd obviously be nostalgic towards something to do with Senna, or travelling.
なら、カラフル星は絶対におすすめ。あの星には共感覚を体験できる果物がたくさん生えてるんです。現地のルール通りに食べれば味が見えたり、匂いで形が分かったり、色が味わえたりするんですよ。
Then I absolutely have to recommend Planet Colourful. Colourful and stuff reminds me of Grecio a bit. There are tons of fruits growing on that planet. You can evoke sympathesia. As long as you follow the locals' rules for eating them, you can see flavours, smell shapes, and taste colours. Very Grecio-like then. Colours you mean essence, right? Or interpretive essence. You mean colours as in visual colours. Or some sort of strange jelly, like life forms flying around, and even fish. But like a flower and then like a fruit in the middle. I love the stars. That's a beautiful image. We've got to vanish for a minute. I love the storytelling art. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Right. Okay.
ああ、でもそういったルールが嫌だからといってそのまま食べちゃったら踊る小人や飛び回る鳥が見えるかもしれません。そして最後は目の前が真っ暗になって死の結末を。
How's Nana become so small then? Can they just revert to that form? I know we had the whole chapter 9 thing of Nana and Nahara, and them both being Nahara in a way, but Nahara being more the past and Nana being more the future, or the new like Nana. But this looks bigger than the other Nana now. Unless they've gone for some sort of cycle thing, which I guess can happen with dragons, or with the egg thing. I guess that could just be all that's going on. And also the HSR stuff with, like, you know, permanents and Vidaharas. None of them calling Nana a Nahara a Vidahara, they're not. I'm aware they're just a dragon. They are a scan of permanents, though. But I'm aware of the egg thing. I do remember reading that a bit in HSR. Honkai Star Rail, I mean. Very interesting. Still quite far down Honkai Star Rail though, so can't really add a lot. Don't mind though, I come over it, yeah. Anyway. But if you're feeling rebellious and disregard the rules, you'll end up seeing little people dancing and birds flying everywhere. Then the world will go dark and that'll be the end of you. Quite normal. I'd like to see some more of these worlds and explore them. Please do, miHoYo. You definitely should. You've been exploring more and more of the, I think, solar system or worlds in your works. And you happen to also, well, in HO3, but you know what I mean. And also other works as well, but with things that aren't the solar system. You know what I mean. It looks and sounds like a very interesting world. I love the visuals.
幸いなことに、私は人ではない。
Fortunately, I am not human. Why do you sound like Coralie a bit at this point? Is that intentional, Ahara? Interesting. Definitely younger at this point. Let's talk about the dark and everything. Then the world will go dark. That sounds interesting. Some sort of rule or physics, maybe? Or law? Cool learn what cultures and whatever these little people are.
それと私たちがこの前に行ったドーナツ製もおすすめですよ。遠くから見るとドーナツみたいな形をしてて、近くで見たらもっとドーナツに見えちゃうんだけど、なんと実は
Really, your planet's gonna be food based? And then was our other stop from way back. Planet Donut. It looked just like a donut from afar. And up close, guess what? It actually...
本当に宇宙に浮かんだ食べられる巨大なドーナツだったんです。
really is a ginormous edible donut floating among the stars. There's something about miHoYo and worlds. The term world's very broad and doesn't just mean planet. If it gets called a planet, it usually isn't a planet. It's some sort of strange world of a different shape, and I appreciate it for that even more. Planets are cool as well, and it is still a planet, but like a ginormous edible donut. So what's the rules for this one? It is a ginormous edible donut floating among the stars.
もしここで神様に会えるって分かってたら、絶対テイクアウト分を確保しといたのに。だって他の人が通りかかって食べちゃうかもしれないでしょ?
Could it maybe be the sugar's original home? It's food-based and it's sugar-like. It'd be very interesting. If I'd known I was going to run into you later, I definitely would have packed an extra one to go. Because I can't guarantee someone else won't take a bite off it while passing by. Look at Donnie. I assume it would be Lee tossed, wouldn't it?
幸いなことに、君が見ていないところを狙って、私が丸飲みしておいたぞ。
Luckily, I managed to finish it in a bite while you weren't looking. I see, Nana. But yeah, being called Nana would already mean they'd already have... Yeah, they would have already met at this point. Luckily, I managed to finish in a bite when you weren't looking. This shot different does remind me of Bertrand from the Durand visual novel. Different though, and I understand the horns are different. I've had that conversation. I know that. Thing reminds me of it, it's not the same. Luckily, I managed to finish it in a bite when you weren't looking.
とにかく旅の満足度は食べ物で決まるみたいなものです。美味しいものさえあれば他のことは大体どうにかなりますよ。そうだ神様、落星は何が美味しいんですか？私がおごりますよ。
All I can say is that the quality of a voyage depends largely on the food, as long as you eat well. A lot of problems aren't really problems. So that's how you survive, and you survive to these other ecosystems or places. It's really cool though, showing like the overall, like, you know, the different worlds and how they are a way for others to survive who are travelling. Like they've been placed there by someone to make sure people wouldn't starve or struggle. They could just all have existed from something like a Big Bang or some other stuff, but it's interesting to think if someone has put them there, maybe the start, or like we talked about, like maybe higher beings or something like the stars maybe put them there. Stars in quotation marks, because the stars can mean lots of different things. By the way, great god, is there anything else to eat on the Waxing? It's my treat. Aren't you being, like, not trialed, but speaking right now? You're not on the most best terms right now, for God, but kind of you to say. A little manipulative, but still sincere.
もともと落星に来る予定はなかったけど、こうなったらちゃんと楽しまなきゃさ。
Coming to Loxing was a spontaneous decision. But since we're already here, I can't shortchange myself or my friends. What a kind traveler.
ごめんなさい。好きなことについて語り出すとつい歯止めが。でも謝りたい気持ちは本当なんです。なんとか許してもらうことは。
Well, assuming these colours, this should be Layla. Sorry, I tend to get carried away whenever I talk about things I like. Anyway, my apologies sincere. Please find it in your heart to forgive. She's surprised by the hand being reached out. I assume there's another Senna before this one at this point. A few things to think about, I guess. You still came. Interpreting everything unfolding before her eyes from a positive perspective might be a habit shaped by her past, or an instinct that flickers forever deep within her soul. She's surprised she's here, or that this Senna is here. That instinct talk again fits with the whole... that's like a dream seeker a bit. Or at least the wording does. Like it's deep, forever deep within her soul. In any case, when faced with the hand, slowly reaching out to her, she is confused for only a second. Okay.
なるほど。これが落星の伝統的な挨拶なんだ。じゃあ。
I get it. This is through the traditional Luoxing way of saying hello. Then... God, it's definitely gonna struggle reacting to that. Oh, Nana's eyes are closed. I'm super happy to meet you too, Kami-sama. Yeah, great god, basically, or stuff like that. I promise, from now on I'll be super disciplined. I won't cause any trouble for you or anyone else in Luoxing. Yeah, saying you. You. We're still using this anti-entropy background. Why? At least remove the anti-entropy sim. Unless that's supposed to be there. I see it there.
私たちは旅行家なんだよ。どうして神様にガイドを頼んじゃったの？それに神様は許してくれるって言ったのに、なんで私たちを取り調べ室で待たせてるんだろう。
She's not just full of pure innocence, she's clearly just working with the situation she has. No, we're travelers, you know. Why did you agree to let the god be our guide? Also, if she forgave us, why is she making us wait for her in an interrogation room? Has she still destroyed something? Possibly she don't get away, I think.
セナディア、そのどうしての中にどうして彼女の反応に対しての問いが混ざっていないんだ？私としてはそっちの方が気になる。
With so many whys. Senadia, I thought you'd ask me first why she reacted like that.
だって聞いても気まずくなるだけでしょ。まさか神様が涙。
Because it's super awkward no matter how you ask. But I really didn't expect she'd start crying? Smiling? Getting friendlier? I'm glad this sentence back in the story. I'm something more rollers. And what you fully are at the end of the day. Oh, you had the crack, I've just realised. Did you not have the crack in the here? No, you didn't. This is your travelling uniform then, back in the day then, potentially. This might be how you look before being the goddess of god of Dethong, of the day. Interesting.
まあいい。ここで彼女を待つとしよう。
Yeah, let's wait for her here. I like seeing more Nahara, Nana.
わかった。ナナが理由を教えてくれないってことは、私もナナの言うことを聞かなくていいってことだよね。
I see, she wanted an answer, but since Nana didn't tell her, she wouldn't listen to her. Fair enough. I'll be established that though.
忘れちゃったの？旅行家にとって時間は一番大切な宝物でしょ？前のことは謝るけど、そのために40分くらいじっと待たなくちゃいけないなんて、そんなの退屈すぎるよ。
You absolutely have to be doing something, it seems. Immediately. Did you forget? For a traveller, time is the most precious resource. Even though I'm sorry about what happened earlier, there's no way I'd just wait foolishly for about 40 minutes. That'd be pure torture. But the god's asking you to. Can you really go against that? You're on their planet. Their world. But you just have to put up with losing 40 minutes? Isn't that just how it is?
彼女はただ君がどこかへ行ってしまって探しても見つからなくなるんじゃないかと心配していただけだろう。
So Nana suggests, yeah, that she's probably just worried you'll wander off and she won't be able to find you anywhere. Okay.
大丈夫。神様より先に戻れば迷惑をかけたことにはならないよね。
Yeah, and Sena's basically saying, don't worry. Yeah. Basically, as long as you make it back, we won't be causing any more trouble for her. I guess that's one way to look at it. I like the nuances. I like the way the text reads. There's like little subtleties. Like Nana's saying what she's saying, then Senna's saying I won't listen to you because of this, and then saying, oh, it's fine, as now you said this, as long as we get back, it's not a problem. And I wonder if Nana will agree.
それに考えてみて。神様に案内された時、もし私が詳しかったら、あ、この人落星を理解してくれてるって思うでしょ。そして神様も私のことを見直したり尊敬したりするんじゃないかな。
Besides, think about it. If she's showing us around and suddenly realizes, whoa, this person seems to know a lot more about Loaxing's culture, wouldn't she see me in a new light? See what you did there, the light word, miHoYo. Wouldn't she respect me way more? It's a possibility, but no guarantees. Will only make her more.
なんだか変な反応だね。ナナも落星に来たのは初めてのはずなのに、どうしてそんなに神様に詳しいの？
Has Nana met Layla before? Weird reaction. It's your first time Loaxing too, isn't it? So it probably might not be then. Interesting. How do you know so much about the god of Loaxing? I'm assuming Nahara, or Nanoe, has come here before. Fair for Senna to question it though and be suspicious of a traveller. Travelling partner.
とにかく、やはりここで彼女を待つべきだ。
I still suggest you wait for her here.
そんな選択肢はない。
Dreams. In your dreams. I see, so you're not... You're a bit of a risker. Okay. I do like seeing her enthusiasm, and it's very Senna-like. So, did Senna maybe just end up falling through one of the corruption rifts and... end up here, or did end up like you saw like with Dream Seeker in Chapter 1, Part 2? In Oxia and stuff? Possibility. Where are we going?
青函旅行家ガイド序章最後の一文。こうなったらまずは食事。
The last sentence of the foreword in a guide for an interstellar travelers is, "What's done is done. Let's eat."
神様にご馳走するって約束したし、先に下見しとくのも悪くないよね。こっちにはなさそうかな。あっちの方はないみたい。
I assume that's boating. We definitely saw Litos surrounded by dogs. That was interesting. Makes sense though. Litos. 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 I promised the god I treated the Sphinx tasty anyway, so doing some scouting first won't hurt. Nothing here and over there, nothing either.
ちょっと待って、あれリトストじゃない？
Wait a sec. Litost. It has a bird in its head as well. There's a cat, a dog, another cat, and a dog. Surrounded by animals, I see. What are they doing over there? What's this food? It's peaceful as usual. I'm glad to see him again. I didn't get to see him last chapter. Nice to see more of him.
私の仲間をいじめるなんて許せない。ナナ、あれをお見舞いしてやって。
How dare you bully my friend? Nana, use that on them. That should be Candy Sweet and her mother, shouldn't it? No, she's in D-Thing now. Senna, I mean. Or Traveller. I don't know if the Litos is necessarily being bullied, Traveller. Oh? Did you become Big Nana? Big Nahara? Most likely.
そう、それ。違う。
That's it. No, no, that's not it. It's just a very enlarged, giant, small Nana. Well, that'd be terrifying. If you think of how big that is, that's actually quite a big dragon. So how big is Nahara full size then when they're not, you know, the small version? Really enjoying this chapter so far. Not what I expected either. I like the music though. There's like a sadness to it though. Oh, that's it. No, no, that's not it. You use a tornado, you're gonna literally destroy the city.
そうそう、今度は完璧。
Oh, you're both forms at that size. Fair enough. Oh, that clears that up. Yes, yes, you're right this time. That looks even more terrifying. The other option would be better in terms of, like, not, you know, scaring the entire population of D-Thing. I assume Layla's gonna have to appear to try and quell this incident. You did this like, for like a few animals and a chicken? I understand doing it for Litos, but still, he's not being bullied from what I can tell. Why she's encouraging this as well. The traveler put an end to the farce with the iron-fisted method, successfully rescuing her human friend. However, what awaited her was a prison sentence of 1,000,000,000 years, ending a relatively failed life. I didn't click, I was... You annoy me. You own it. Okay, good. It's fine, I got it. Okay, that's... Yeah, I was trying to read that a minute ago. Can I read that, please? Ending a relatively failed life. The traveller put an end to this farce with an iron-fisted method, successfully rescuing her human friend. However, what awaited her was a prison sentence of 1,000,000,000 years. I see the jokes they're doing of it, but I think there's also some truth to some of this. It's about the whole returning back to the world, like it said, and talking about time. We know the 1,000,000,000 years is important for waxing on the timeline. No, 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 that's not right at all. No, that's not right at all.
可愛い小動物相手にあんなのを使う必要なんてないよね。私はベテラン旅行家なんだから、ベテランらしいコミュニケーションを心がけなきゃ。
Some of her mannerisms surround me Elysia a bit here, but still, not the same. They're just cute little animals. They don't need this. I'm a mature traveller, so naturally I'll communicate maturely. There is Mara. No, it's just a black cat. But it could be Mara. Russians were talked about one point. Also, still wondering about, you know, Prussians and Oxians, and wondering if there will be some other connection with that, considering Ajita and Beta's conversation, but it's unknown for now. Yeah, she and the Prussian was being was made just Beta. Could have been Sa. Very interesting it was Mara, but I don't think so. Time wouldn't add up. Don't think. Maybe. Either way. Doing your skipping. It's cool to be silly tossed like this. I assume that's food or some sort of like stuff for like fashion. Can I explore anymore? Help lead us out of trouble. I'll just focus on this time. I'll explore yet. Skew Litos. I don't think he needs rescuing. Sure. I wish the UI could like vanish for a minute so I could like get a better picture. Yeah, it's fine. That's the best I'm gonna get, I think. I love his design. I love his character. I love his complicated layers. I wonder how much happy he is now. Considering, you know, Senna is here and he would be her knight, unless that's not the case. I'm seeing a close up on the face, actually. No, I have to move in a bit. That's actually quite good. I love his outfit. I love the like stars on like, the 7 shoes. But I'm sure it's still more to do with his like his tribe or clan. And the moon and stuff. We saw Donika holding the charm, obviously. Senna is doing her skip rope. Or jump rope. I've got the best I think I'm gonna get. Yeah, that's close enough. Let me see what that zooms into first. Kind of annoying that the UI again is in the way. I give up. Right, let's continue.
私は何もしていないが
I have done nothing. Indeed. Time to talk to the animals. I like his voice. The traveler's human companion. So he is human? Interesting. Makes sense though, you can have a human isn't just on Earth, that we've already seen.
Hmm. 何もしていないから動物たちも動きたがらないんじゃ
I think it's precisely because you didn't do anything. But the animals aren't willing to budge. Just to reflect this whole thing of not leaving traces. Just fading into the background. Shadows.
なるほどならお前がまた仲間を振り落とさないように静かに翼を広げさせたい場合はどうすればいい
Perhaps so. Then what I must do to make... Perhaps so. Then what I must do to make you willingly flap your wings, Nana. A few more times during each descent. So as to avoid another instance of a member accidentally falling.
一人分の重さを減らせばいいだけだ。簡単じゃないか。
It'd surely be possible if we reduced the weight by one person. Saying to take him off.
それは断らせてもらう。旅行家殿のいない未来など想像したくもないからな。
Having some existential crisis there. Makes sense though. I must refuse. I cannot imagine a future without Miss Traveller. So no knight title, no anything, just Traveller. It's really cool to see Sen as like companions in real time. Makes sense, Litos.
私も一人でも仲間が欠けた未来なんて認めないよ。
Well, I don't approve of any future where we're missing even a single friend. Well, you heard it, Nana, so that won't be happening. Senna has spoken.
とりあえず青函旅行家ガイド30ページに動物とコミュニケーションを取るためのテンプレが載ってるから、それを使って挨拶してみるね。うまくいけばこの子たちの要望を聞き出せるかも。
Can you talk to them? Anyway, page 30 of a guide for interstellar travelers. Sounds like the stuff that Phil referring to, but no, it's not. It's dedicated to common phrases for communicating with small animals. Let me say hi to them first, then ask what they want. Does this actually help you communicate with the cat? You speak animal? It wouldn't surprise me, I guess you have been to multiple different planets. Fascinating. What does the cat say back? It might just imitate you and there might not be a reply. Meow. The cat does not respond. It must be expo- No.
Meow?
Meow. Meow. Unless the silence is a response.
我らふわふわ族に出会った美少女は10人いれば9人がお主のようににゃーと泣くのだ。もう飽きてしまったぞ。
I knew they were going to do like a non-cat thing. I had a feeling there'd be something here. Out of 10 fair maidens who chance upon us fluffies, 9 will meow at me, as thou hast done. I am honestly weary of it. A bit tired of it. 10 fair maidens. Fluffies. Name her a species. Why's the bird remind me of Pardo? Boring! The jackdaw dude refused to meow. I wasted 2 hours. 2 whole hours.
"それってリトストが本気で泣きたくないだけでしょ?それに彼はまだおじさんじゃないよ."
Oh, jackdaw, you were referring to Litos. Okay. Is he choked? I really haven't thought about that, or looked at him that way. He actually doesn't look weak. Doesn't that just prove Litos really doesn't want to do it? Also, he's not an old dude yet.
じゃあおじさんになるまで待っててあげてもいいわ。
We can wait until he becomes one. A strange conversation this log's gonna look like.
ナナ、やっぱりこの子たちにあれをお見舞いしちゃおう。
Nana, we should use that and the little animals after all. It can't be reasoned with. Trying to use the dragon.
それは正しい判断なのか？
I'm glad that Nana is questioning, is this right to do this? Is this right? No. Don't do it, Nana. You have more common sense than Senna, clearly.
もちろん決まってるでしょ。こんなことくらいで落星に10億年も閉じ込められたりしないだろうし。しかも私はもう神様のお友達なんだよ。彼女ならきっと。
Yeah, it is. No weird people who stay on the Waxing for a billion years over something like this. The foreshadowing behind this, if this is you before what you become. Besides, the god and I are already friends. Surely she'll... let it slide? I don't think so. What fancy world are you living in?
罰として10億年間落星にいてもらう。
Sending you to stay on the Waxing for a billion years. It does look like Layla. That looks like Dream Seeker, obviously, because of the whole, you know, Chapter 90X Part 2 stuff. I do like this market, that's really cool. Please have like this be playable or a Layla playable. I'd love that. I'm sure we'll get Layla playable one day. Just like we got Vita after like a year and a half, or Raven after like 2 years. I like this one as well. I get it's more Astrolop like, but this could still be playable, I feel. Sentence you to stay on the Waxing for a billion years. She's smiling though, so I think she's being playful.
ふわふわ星から来たお客さん。この3日間、あなたたちは人間の鳴き声を聞きたい、お腹を撫でたい、髪を噛みたいなどの理由で頻繁に通行人に迷惑をかけてきた。落星の法律にのっとってこれ以上の滞在を禁止する。
In the 3 days, 3 days, 3 nights thing. Yeah, 3 days or 3 nights, yeah, to find the secret of the Samsara. I remember in Chapter 3X about that. And also the 3 trials of permanence and stuff. In the 3 days since your arrival on the Waxing, visitors from planet Fluff, you have frequently harassed passerby by asking to hear humans meow. Okay, so you mean more of them. They're from planet Fluff. Interesting. So yeah, the fluffies. Humans meow. Rub human bellies. Chew on human hair. Under the Waxing law, I'm afraid you'll have to depart ahead of schedule. They're really trying to make interesting that stellar travel be like not that shocking. They're really expanding on it, just they did the Greasy event and so on. 1.5 and so on. Will we ever learn Calpas's origins of what alien and where they are from? Maybe one day.
やったー。賢明なご判断ですね。
Yay! I mean, what a wise verdict. Yeah, catch the tongue, Senna.
旅行家のお嬢さんについては
As a Miss Traveller, she will be sentenced for a billion years.
私はただ 神様に正確な時間を聞きに行こうとしただけなんです。40分くらい待ってもらうかもって言われたら、50分も1時間もそのくらいの範疇に入るかもって思いますよね。
I came to get an exact number from you. What do you mean by we might have to wait for about 40 minutes? Does that about cover 50 minutes or even an hour too?
神様、スケジュールによりますと、待ち時間を2時間くらいに延長していただく可能性がございます。しかし幸いにも、本日は休日ですから、いつもより多めに休憩時間を取っていただけるかと。
So I've got Layla, thought so. Lady Layla, but which Layla? I say that because the Chapter 90X Part 2 and the idea of, like, you remember, activating a Dream Seeker and sending them back, then the Dream Seeker of that becoming then the new Layla and so on in the cycle. Still believe that's a thing. Lady Layla, according to the upcoming schedule, the about may extend to over 2 hours. But unfortunately today is a day off, so you should be able to enjoy slightly more break time than usual. Was Layla already doing all this before Senna even got here? Didn't expect that. That doesn't add up though.
休日なのに残業なんてあんまりじゃない？
Overtime on a day off, that's way too cruel.
Nana、神様にあげるはずだったドーナツを食べちゃったよね。その責任を取ってもらうよ。リトスとナナがちゃんと責任を取るように見張ってて。ってことで女子さん、この二人のことをよろしく。
You don't own this planet. What are you doing? Nana, you snuck the donut I was going to pack for Lady Layla. So you have to take responsibility. Litost, you need to make sure Nana takes responsibility. Assistant, I'll leave them in your hands. Oh dear.
神様は
As for Lady Layla, want to go on a stroll with them, I assume? Want to take them somewhere? Want to learn about the culture here?
どうせ10億年間落成滞在の刑を受けなきゃいけないみたいだし、その刑期に見合う悪さをしないと損だよね。
That is terrible logic. I'm already going to be punished with staying on the Wuxing for 1 billion years, so if I don't do enough bad things to justify the sentence, it'll be a total loss for me. What whim made you decide that logic? I have to see your brain. He's a very interesting character. What happened? What did she do? It sounds like some sort of collapse. So she definitely jumped on top of her or bumped into her. For the traveller who had visited countless planets, similar to Grecio then, landing always held a unique significance. It marked the end of a tedious voyage and heralded the beginning of a novel adventure. So why are you talking about being here for 1 billion years? You obviously don't want that. It's all moving very fast, and I'm very confused. Among all those landings, however, none brought her more joy than pulling a god along as she jumped down a small grassy slope. It wasn't quotation marks, so I don't think she's being serious about the 1 billion year thing. That's a nice little image. Mgorthe's landings having none brought her more joy than pulling a god along as she jumped down a small grassy slope. Not because she dragged the god away without facing any real punishment, nor because they were about to undertake a grand and noble deed. It was simply because you know, I talk about like the future of boxing or something, it sounds like. A grand and noble deed. Okay. At the 34th minute and 56 second after they met, those numbers specific for something, the traveller heard the god's laughter for the first time. Okay.
綺麗な顔してるんだから、やっぱりそうやって笑った方がいいよ。
A pretty face like yours should smile more. This laughter clearly came from another. Yet, why did it summon chirping birds to settle in her heart? Why indeed? At the background.
もう十分遠くまで来たんじゃない？
Phew, is this far enough?
まだまだですよ。だってほら、道ですれ違う人たちはみんな神様に挨拶するでしょ。
Not at all. After all, everyone we've met along the way still greeted you.
人のことを言う前に自分の言葉遣いにボロが出てないかを確認した方がいいと思うよ。
Before you criticize others, you might want to make sure your statements don't have obvious holes.
へへへ。私は神様の誘拐犯なんだから、どう呼ぼうと勝手だよ。安心して。ナナもリトストもすっごく頼りになるから。あの二人に手伝ってもらえて、今頃女子さんも喜んでるはず。
Just a bit lost on what's going on. Hey, I've already kidnapped you. So who cares what I call you? Don't worry. Nana and Litos are super strong. You should be counting your lucky stars that Miss Assistant gets their help. With what, though? Is there something to fix other than the thing that's already fixed? Some crisis? What do you know?
二人が有能だってことはよく知ってる。
I know they are capable. Is there a god? Or some other reason?
ならよかった。あなたには思う存分自由な時間を楽しんでほしいな。それじゃあこれから私の大好きな冒険ダイスを3回振ってもらうよ。出目の合計値ごとに違うお題に挑戦してね。
Good. I hope you can really let go of everything. Let go of what exactly? Just the time here. And enjoy your freedom to the fullest. Next up, I need you to roll my favourite adventure die. 3 times. Then, based on the sum of rolls, you'll have to complete a matching challenge. She's very daring, considering this is the god.
ズルしてこっそり仕事に戻られちゃったら大変だから、お題をクリアするまでちゃんと見張ってるよ。
But this type of attitude as well will probably reflect why she feels like she can be questioned, she can be asked, she can be etc. Like, this very much reflects why others, I think. Well, why Senna wanted others to not see gods in a way and not question, you know, still be respectful to them, but at the same time not go at every whim and everything and, you know, not be yourself. This is what I'm getting from it so far. And just so you don't try to weasel your way out of this and go back to your work. Similar to how she would be back when Layla would be keeping an eye on her. But no, Senna would be kept an eye on by Layla. Back to work. I'll be watching you. Watching you really closely until you finish the challenge.
ズル？ズルが得意なのはあなたの方でしょ。
I look at the gods very direct and being like, you're clearly the one doing that. Don't reverse psychology me. Don't try and trick me. Weaseling my way out. The one doing that is clearly you. She looks a little upset.
そんなの言いがかりだよ。ズルなんてしないんだから。
You can't say you're not doing something when you're doing it. Nonsense, I wouldn't do that. By your logic, you're not. Okay.
するよ。
You would. Why are you so sure on that, though? You've barely met her. Or is this a different Senna? And not the one you know? I don't... Okay. That face thing. You would. Very good voice acting.
ちょっと待って。
On their end.
なんで手でダイスを隠しちゃうの？あ、わかった。適当な数字を言って一番簡単なお題にしようとしてるでしょう。そんな手、私には通用しな。
Wait, why are you covering the die with your hand while talking? Trying to fake the rolls to pick the easiest challenge, aren't you? Watch me expose you right now. She just pretty much she's not doing that. She's not getting swept up by Senna.
ちょっとした提案なんだけど、神様、もう一回振ってみない？
Being very two-faced or flip-floppy. I was just making a suggestion. Lily Layla, do you want to roll again?
これから最初に出会った人の願いを叶える。私にぴったりなお題に見えるんだけど。
Think helping the first person I see realize their wish. It's a challenge. It's a challenge suits me well. So you know, that's like an easier task, obviously, but we already kind of gathered that. Okay, so who would that wish be for? Senna? Someone else?
でも、そんなの普段の神様の仕事と変わんないよ。
That's basically part of a god's job description. She wasn't saying it wasn't? I'm a little confused. I'm struggling to follow the dialogue a little. And the Senna's just very hard to follow. Which does match up with chapter 1 part 2 a little. They should never say everything, they'll go help their people. Ouch, 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 if you pinch any harder, Nanny, my face is going to turn to a dumpling. No idea who this is. Other than that name.
ほら、運命ですらあなたのズルが許せなかったみたい。
See, even fate won't let you weasel out of this.
あなたって
It's getting fed up with saying you. You.
こんな意地悪をする人だったんだね。
You big meanie. I need more context. I'm probably not supposed to get too much. That's fine. All become clear over time, I'm sure. Why is that person like Senna? Okay, we're Layla now. Talk to the little red-haired girl. Red-headed girl. It hasn't got the white strip actually, so it's different again. And the white bit in the braid. Maybe this isn't the original Layla thing? I don't know. Oh no! Yes, it's there. Never mind. Ignore me. I thought it wasn't the braid here though as well. Let's go see who this red-headed girl is. Look at Senna. It does look like Senna. More confusion. It could just be a similar face. No, it literally looks like a childhood version of herself. There's definitely some sort of symbolism or metaphorical thing. I'm sure of it. If you looked anything not like her, I wouldn't say that, but you very much look like her. I got a maid. Well, not a maid, but maid like outfit. Or, yeah. Orc?
20分ほど離れていただけなのにどうしてもうすぐ帰港の時間なんですよ。そんな時に姫様を探して落星中を走り回るような事態はできれば避けたいんですが。
Right, now I'm confused. This is the princess? You are a maid then, I guess. Maybe with Ivy a bit, but obviously not. I was only gone for 20 minutes and you... It's almost time to return. I'd rather not have to scour every inch of Luoxin. Wanting to find the princess is nowhere to be seen. So this girl's a princess who looks like Senadia, but isn't Senadia. Right, it's the two of them. Hmm. Interesting. Different possibilities. Hmm.
ごめんなさい。私が悪かったね。
I'm sorry. My bad. She's got the same star thing though, but she has still got a star thing. There's a whole variant thing going on here. I don't get how this works. I mean, actually, could meet just someone that obviously looks like Senna. That could be all this is. I wonder if there's some deeper connection here that I'm not aware of. I'm sorry, my bad.
エレーにそんなにポンポンしないで。私だってただ走り回ってたわけじゃないの。ちゃんと計画を立てて目的地も決めてたんだ。
It's like there's ice drift. Don't be angry, Eileen. Well, Eileen, I wasn't just running around randomly. I was running with a plan, had a direction. I saw your eyes dart. I do not believe you.
姫様のおっしゃる計画とは、戦闘メカ族の陣地に乗り込んで10体一緒に相手するよと叫んだ後、私に聞かれたと気づいてすぐここに逃げてきたことですか？
She truly is like astounded by, and I think shocked, but also not shocked at her princess's attitude. And by plan and direction, your highness, do you mean running straight into the BattleBots clan's camp? Shouting, I'm to take on 10 of you, which I heard then fleeing here like your life depended on it. Yes. BattleBots clan's camp.
それはその
About that, The cat is just chilling here.
姫様、どうして戦闘メカ族に戦いを挑んだの？本当のことを教えてくれたら力になってあげられるかもしれないのに。
No, the staffing is really similar. I'm even more confused now. That's the thing you can get for traveling? I don't see how this princess ever would have left, though. It seems like she'd be in a tower situation and can't just leave. Is that what Jimsuka said about it? Is that what God said about destiny? Little princess, why are you seeking to fight the BattleBots clan? You can tell me the truth, maybe I can help.
戦闘メカ族の族長が宣言したんだ。彼らの中の強者を倒した者に一族が特別に用意した唯一無二の秘宝を譲るって。
He's a passionate BattleBots clan fighter, then, I guess. The chief of the BattleBots clan posted an announcement saying that anyone who can defeat their champion will receive an exclusive secret treasure with the clan customized for them. And that's important. Why?
でも私が怪我するとエレーには絶対心配するでしょ。 うなったら私の代わりに戦ってって落星で一番強い神様にお願いしようと思ってたの。
I know Aline is afraid I'll get hurt. Some point to ask the Oxen's most powerful god to fight for me. Well, this just remind me of the Tenchu's War before the Tenchu's War. Will the god do it? I assume not. I don't see any reason you would do it. God, it's too hot today. Need some water in a minute, honestly. Oh, it's too hot. Hmm.
異星の姫君の願いを叶えるために落星の神様が戦闘メカ族の強者を打ち倒す。親愛なる我が姫様、もし人々がこの報道を目にしたらどのように考えるとお思いですか？
Really expect to see like another Senna here with the other Senna. That's thrown me through a bit. If you could represent what Senna Dia would do. Is this traveling or even to do Senna Dia then? It's just nostalgia. They have Nana though. I guess more than one Nana could exist, but that doesn't. No. No, but Lee Tost is with them as well. No, see, that's what I mean. Just. Lot of things to think about. In order to fulfill the alien princess's wish. She's not native to here then, this princess? She's just travelling? The god of the Waxing, Percy struck down the champion of the Barbox clan. My dear princess, what do you think the people will think when they see this news? This is just showing all the different forms that interstellar travel. With the Fluffies, we have this princess, and we have, well, Senna, Litos, and Nana. And obviously all the planets of the Donut Planet, and the colourful planet, with the fruits and stuff. The god of Luoxing is the greatest! The god of Luoxing is the greatest. The little sparkles. And then the lightning that's there because of obviously the background. The anchor and everything. I know where it is. God and Eileen are confused. Rightfully so. really is hot today. Let's check something. I can understand the confusion.
姫様、力になりたいのは山々だけど、心配するエレーニさんの気持ちもわかるでしょ。大丈夫。もっと穏やかな方法でその秘宝を手に入れてみせるから。
So you're quite a peaceful god, it seems. Little princess, I really want to help you. But Miss Eline's concerns are justified. Fortunately, I have gentle methods to help you obtain this treasure. Go on. What are the gentler methods?
でも正々堂々と勝ち取った秘宝じゃなきゃ何の意味もないよね。
I assume you're gonna make it out of shadows? But a secret treasure that isn't won fair and square holds no meaning at all.
そうここはやっぱり私が神様の代わりに行ってこようかな。ただの普通の旅行者の私なら何の問題もないでしょ。
Yes, yeah, exactly. I say, how about I go instead of you? I'm just an ordinary traveler anyway. She's trying to weasel. Stop her, God! Stop her, Layla.
ダメ。あなたに怪我してほしくないの。
No, I don't want you to get hurt. Why, though? What makes you so interested in this, traveler? So you're using, like, labels and, but, like, names instead of names, which is interesting.
あれ？お題はまだ始まったばかりなのに、もうズルするつもり？
Oh, the challenge has only just begun. Are you already trying to cheat fate? Are you already trying to cheat fate? She's like saying, like, I'll play along with your rules, but you're gonna make sure you also follow said rules. This strange chapter. Feels like this would be a very long time ago. The blush. I'm not talking as much, it's quite hot and there's also nothing I can really add right now.
今回は手を貸してあげるけど、次はないよ。
You're trying to like twist this to be, doing a favour when it's none of that. I'll help you out this time, but no excuses next time, okay? Being very playful, aren't you? But again, that makes sense of your character. This is what I got from Chapter 1, Part 2. You just haven't seen you in so long! Well, technically Chapter 3, Part 2, but you know what I mean. Meanie, even more cunning than a meanie. Why is this god rolling over for us so much? Being so lenient. I haven't got the nostalgic part, but then that makes you think this is Senna before this. Thank you, big sister. I'll lead the way. Can you slow down? Oh my goodness, you're going far. This poor maid. You better keep up. Give me a minute. So press the back button and then come back in. Because I'd rather still walk, sorry. Need an idea where we're at. Challenge the battle bot. Check on your friends before the battle starts. Optional. Well, I'll definitely do the optional, don't you worry. So it's called a battle bot. Okay. It's too hot. It's gone up. Senna, following Senna. Wow, princess. Are all Sennas destined for positions of difficulty? Princess, god, and so on. It's finished free now. It's actually less hot. Yeah, back in a few minutes, go have some water. Okay. Let's continue. Thank you, waiting. Challenge the battle bot check on your friends before the battle starts. Optional. Hey, I love this decoration. What else are you saying? You said something else. I have to wait now for that to come back. This is nice too. Praise the unmanned vending stall. Unmanned? I'm going to secretly outwork. I think I've actually seen these before, actually. These ring bells a little. I'm going to secretly outwork everyone during the holiday break. So many books. I kind of like also the NPCs they use at times, like in this case. Like this NPC, they also use something like hoyostans a bit. Like a story writing like thing. So they do use like NPCs at times, some models or designs, it feels like, for similar purposes. Like the old man, for example, they use for like a lot of like wise words and discussing like between childhood and adulthood and themes of different ages. It's very, very interesting, honestly, the more you look at it. And regardless if it's intended or not, it is interesting. I'd like the optional thing. Challenge the battlebot check on your friend. Challenge the battlebot. Check on your friends before the battle starts. What friends? Oh, Lipost and Nana? Yeah, we'll go do that. Where are they? I have been blocked. Yeah, same stuff there. Same stuff there. No. Is it back here? Ah! No. I can't check on him. Why? He's here. But I can't check on him. And this doesn't let me know how to check. Where's Nana? Cats. That's not what we're looking for. That way. Okay, I can't get to Lipost. Let's go about the battlebot. I know to say battlebot first, so it could be that's what I have to do first. But it says also check on friends before the battle starts, optional. Where are these friends I can check on? No, that's an arch. That doesn't go anywhere. No, that's not an option. This way? Nope. Down here? I'm sorry to do this to you, Layla. Maybe this way. How far behind is she? Wow, you run fast. Do you jump? No. Well, there is literally no one else I can go to. So, I assume battle first. As I can't check on any of these friends you speak of. Charge the battle bot. Checking your friends before the battle starts. Okay, misversing. I must have misunderstood. Either way.
姫様、10体一緒に相手をする計画をまだ実行するおつもりですか?
Yeah, the battle bot. You remind me of the sky people a bit, or machine-like constructs. Little princess, do you wish to select the Fight 10 difficulty? Glad they're using this model a bit more than just for the trial battles, but I have wanted this channel foreshadow the APHO stuff a bit. And of course more tech stuff.
今回はこのお姉ちゃんが代わりに戦ってくれることになったの。だから一体でいいよ。
This big sister is fighting for me, so one is enough.
私は強いから10体一緒でも問題ないけどね。
I'm super strong, you know. Taking on 10 wouldn't be a problem. I'm sure. The 10 shoes war. Anyway.
申し訳ないけど、彼女の対戦相手を一体だけにしてもらってもいい?
I'm sorry. Prefer if she only had a single opponent. Ah yes, the god's bias. For unknown reasons. Really am curious to why you are acting the way you are, but I've got some theories which I have sort of thought about, but I haven't really got enough info to really, I'd say, make any more of a guess.
3社の意見をまとめた結果、10体分の力を持つ強者1体と対戦していただくことにしました。
The robot did not understand. The battlebot did not understand. Considering the opinions of you three, I've decided to dispatch a champion with 10 times the power. Don't like that. Okay, now I assume I can check with the friends, right? Now I should be fine too. I assume. There you are. Could have made that a bit more clear, but whatever. Can I check with you as well? Okay. So I can check with God, and then I can check with Little Princess. Let's check with God first. I'm curious on their views. The God wanted to say something, but stopped. Wanted to say something, but stopped. Only to want to speak again, but then didn't. Is there something stopping you from speaking? In her eyes you read helplessness, unwillingness, worry, dejection, and a little a little resentment? Why? Interesting, though. I assume it's something to do with, again, Senna, do you? Or Senna. Maybe this traveler isn't? No, at least she would not make sense. You felt even more smug. This meant you would score the victory before the battle had even begun. What's expected of you? Well, Senna's got an interesting mind. I'll give her that. And Traveler's got an interesting mind. I'll give her that. Oh, that's the god to talk to. Can I speak to you again? Nope. Alrighty. What about Little Princess? Come to think of it, why did you and the Little Princess both have long red hair? After rummaging for a while, you finally found the answers in the Translator's Afterword in a guide for interstellar travelers. Ooh, we're gonna get some variant info or ideology. Go on. I'd like to read this guide for interstellar travelers. It sounds interesting.
青は冷淡、緑は偽装、紫は神秘、オレンジは憤怒、白は虚無、赤は破滅。
Essence? Interpretive essence? You're talking in Grecio language of those colours, it feels. No, I'm not making that up. That's literally what Grecio said, like, her thing with the colour thing was. Like, interpretive essence, or interpretive, like, things to do with, like, someone's colour. You know, colours could also be, like, emotions, virtues. There was also the Sakura stuff with, like, auras and ki as well, and Aponia giving off, like, a familiar ki or aura. We had a lot of, like, essence or sensational, like, sensing or vision, I guess. Blue is indifference. Green is disguise. Purple is mystery. It's like Mistletoe. Orange is anger. Okay. White is emptiness. And red is destruction. Red is destruction. Makes sense. Blue is indifference. Oh, I see. So maybe Elitos would be... See, he's not really indifferent. Is it talking about hair, specifically? Keep going. Don't you dare not say more. Green is disguise. Like a mask? The way it's read as well is you can interpretate this a bit as well, because like blue is indifference, but like what do you mean by indifference? You're indifferent to everything, or like indifferent to a specific aspect of something? Green is disguise. Do you mean it's like a disguise? Do you mean like a mask? Do you mean it's... Actually, yeah, green does Mario Vita a bit then. Thought she's more sincere, but you know what I mean. Purple is mystery. That reminded me of Mr. Liddy immediately. And of course, it reminds you of course also the Vitas in 1.5 as well. And their colours and the virtues that Sar was, you know, and then the seeds that were planted in a way. Orange is anger. Reminds me of Honkai, to be honest. That and Kalpas actually a bit. Not that Honkai is anger. You know what I mean. I guess fiery in a way. Red is destruction though, specifically. But I guess I do use the red colour quite a bit for destruction, don't they? Or yeah, like voids or rifts. Again, sky people as well. There's a few things. There's a few things they've used that red for. Actually red and black. White is emptiness. I mean, that makes the most sense. It's very calming. Sar and white? Well, no, the colours for Sar were very different. I remember Grecia, I think, saying purplish or white or something at one point. I think speaking about Keanu? No, no, it was Mr. Yeah, the purple again. Okay. Is there more to this, please?
あ、わかった。赤は自由を縛る鎖を断ち切るためにあるんだね。不正や理不尽、不徳の束縛を全部断ち切り、それから。
I get it. Red is destined to destroy the shackles and freedom. To be fully free, which is very mature embodiment. And she acts how they act as well. Destroy all unjust, unreasonable, and immoral imprisonment, and also destroy civilization, or destroy something else. What are you about to say? Don't cut off. Unintentionally, you met the gaze of the god once again. Wait, why does she keep looking at you? Could it be? Destined to destroy maybe Luoxin? Maybe.
だって駐車場も私の赤で破壊されちゃったし。あははは。
Yeah, in the parking lot. Interesting. Kind of like the Honkai in a way. You're like collapsing or you're destroying things unintentionally, but you are. Because this splash of red also destroyed parking lot. No, there's definitely more to this. Garuda's also got some red as well, to along with some orange. Is it a mixture of both then? Anger plus destruction. Thinking about the interpretive colours and what they could mean in the grander scheme of things. I guess Kevin could have been blue for indifferent. The white could also have been as empty, but it wasn't really empty. Well, in some ways you say it's empty, but it wasn't really empty. I think what we just read has some quite deep meaning, but I can't fully say for sure on the specifics. Because that's the ambiguity and interpretativeness of miHoYo's law. There's the robot again. You're kind of white and empty. Remind me of empty though. Yeah, we're fine. You go. I'm liking all the alien stuff in a way, and like this like interstellar book. It's very interesting. Any text? Okay, stay away from that, I guess. A champion with 10 times the power. I think I keep restarting. Like a cycle. Dodge. I mean, did you see the big sister's weapon? You moved too fast for me to see. A meanie is a meanie. Why's the music keep cutting? What's happening? Just a normal little like battle bot, you know. Not an abomination at all, or a terrifying looking alien thing. Yeah, destruction of someone's able to Helia. Yeah, orange. Oh no, red. The traveler won easily, and the little princess had her wish granted. The secret treasure that the BattleBots clan custom made for her. Truly a. So, did you get the item you wanted? It's something very similar to Sana, isn't it? A very good segue into something else. Go on.
全部お姉ちゃんと神様のおかげだよ。でもちょっと遊んだだけでエレーニに取られちゃった。
Of course, thankfully you and Lady Layla were there. Before I could even play with it for 2 minutes, Eleni confiscated it. That's a bit of a shame. Was there a reason?
姫様が小さな頭に単行部をお作りになられる前にタイミングよく没収しただけです。
Allow me to add that I confiscated it just in time before Her Highness's little head was struck and swelled. What even is it?
<sighs> 姫様の友人としてお返ししたいのは山々です。でも 礼儀作法を指導する者としては頭をぶつけて涙し、1週間もタンコブと共に生活する姫様を再び目にすることは何としても避けたいんです。
Got driver yo-yo. This is some sort of crest, definitely. So she's looking out for you then. Seems to be at least looking out for you. That's your friend? Friend. As your friend, I would very much like to return it to you. However, as your etiquette teacher, I would very much prefer to not see you reduce to tears by it again. So she's your friend as well, not just like a maid or a servant, potentially, or someone keeping an eye on her. Well, a teacher, I guess, like you'd say. Sporting a bump on your head, it takes a week to subside.
箱を開ける前にちゃんとお祈りしたから、この子はきっとこれまでの仲間たちと一緒じゃないよ。この子ならもし頭にぶつけても痛くなったり腫れたりしない、そんな素敵な仲間になってくれるはず。
Eleni, I made a wish before I opened the chest. This one is different from all my previous friends. So the device is your friend. Okay. Even if it hits you in the head, it won't hurt a bit or leave a bump. It'll be a good friend.
信じられないなら、後で証明してみせてもいいよ。
If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you later. The bargaining has begun. Very interesting chapter this. I'm trying to use this princess as a way to try and also look at Senna a bit. There's definitely some sort of like link between them. Even though not a direct one, but more in theme, or in some of the things they're talking about. Indirectly. Especially also the way she talks, it's very Senna-like as well. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you later.
後ででしたら大人になった後でにしましょう。それより姫様、今はもっと大事な用事があるのでは？
Later? Then let's wait until after you grow up. More importantly, don't you have something else you should be doing right now? Something, I guess, but I don't know what. I think it's to learn more about her. Maybe it's not just like a one-off thing. You know, a lot of screen time, which I'm happy about, but I'm just wondering if they're gonna do everything with it. It's fine either way. Later, then let's wait until after you grow up. Again, this also feels indirect. Going back to Senna, maybe. More importantly, don't you have something else you should be doing right now?
そうだった。手伝ってくれたお礼に、二人にプレゼントを渡したいな。
Oh, that's right. To thank you two for helping me, I have a gift for you two. Is it going to be an astral ring or something similar? Ta-da! Seems it's that spotlight thing again with like Layla again. You supposed to be Layla in this placeholder? No? What is going on? You could just be, I guess, somebody who looks like Synadia and just isn't anything to do with her. But indirectly is referring to her every time. Symbolically or something else. I like little sparkles, so that's cool.
これは
What's this?
私が考えた幸運のクローバーのおまじないだよ。このおまじないをすると素敵な幸運がいっぱい訪れるの。
Clapping mannerism. It's my original lucky four-leaf clover magic. Whoever I cast this spell on will receive lots and lots of good luck.
ああ、なんてすごいパワーなの。でも姫様、ただの旅行家の私がそんな貴重なものをもらっても大丈夫かな。
The pod nodded. I guess she doesn't think you're worth, that gift. I guess she's also probably agreeing with Traveller on that subject. That neither deserve it, I guess. What just happened? What just went wrong? Things seem to be fine. It's working fine. Nothing seems to have changed. Wow, what powerful energy! But your highness, I'm just a simple traveller. This gift is so precious, I'm not sure I'm worthy of it.
遠慮しないで。本当はみんなに四つ葉のクローバーの葉っぱを1枚ずつプレゼントしたかったんだ。でもクローバーの葉っぱは4枚しかないから、感謝したい人みんなに渡すには足りないの。
To mention it, I originally planned to give each of your four-leaf clovers leaf. But unfortunately, a four-leaf clover only has 4 leaves. And there are just too many people I want to thank. Okay. Go on.
お顔をお上げください、姫様。でなければ姫様が送ってくださったクローバーの葉っぱたちが悲しみで枯れてしまいますよ。
Look, the irony. Please raise your head, your highness. Otherwise, those 4 little leaves you gave away might wither from sadness. Is there any etiquette with you, or is there something else?
姫様の努力のおかげで葉っぱの一枚一枚が素敵なプレゼントと化したのですから。ルミ様は食べきれないほどのスターキャンディーを、セナー様は壊れることのない太鼓を、チアン様は目を治すお薬を手に入れました。
Okay. Getting more on the 4-leaf clover then. 4 leaves you gave them. Those leaves also kind of at the start of the thing as well. Very interesting chapter this. There's a lot to digest and consider. Those names, one of Kiana, Senna, Star kind of reminded me of Layla. I just said it, man. I will read it out, don't worry. I'm just processing. Very nice 4-leaf clover with the hands, though. Don't forget, thanks to your efforts, every leaf was exchanged for a gift. Lumi received Ender Star Candy. Senan received the tambourine that will never break. And Kian received eye drops that will make eyes sparkle again. Kian reminds me of Kiana a bit, and also you speaking about eyes sparkling a bit. It's not the same, but just those themes and also some of the words and naming. And Senan very much sounded like Senna when it pressed the text before.
そうだね。でもそんな素敵なことが起きる葉っぱだからこそ、もっとたくさんの四つ葉のクローバーを見つけたいの。
Can 4-leaf clovers do this? Or is it all like magical in the sense that it isn't? Yeah, it's precisely because every leaf can do things. I want to find more 4-leaf clovers. Is the leaf supposed to be like analogies for people's worlds in this case? I know I could show thinking all this, but I'm gonna think anyway.
姫様の努力のおかげで葉っぱの一枚一枚が素敵なプレゼントと化したのですから。ルミ様は食べきれないほどのスターキャンディーを、セナン様は壊れることのない太鼓を、チアン様は目を治すお薬を手に入れました。
Wait, there's no recap this time, I just realised. I'll check something after this. Yeah, it's precise because every leaf can do such things that I want to find more 4-leaf clovers.
おまじないだけじゃ、幸運のクローバーのおまじないがいつ力を発揮するのか誰にもわからないでしょ。
This magic's definitely got to do with like the god's authority in some way, I feel. As for the magic, no one knows when the lucky 4-leaf clover or magic will take effect. There are costs to it. Lean's silence makes you feel interested in the topic even more. It's kind of to do with wishes again, isn't it? Granting someone's wishes, fulfilling someone's like issue.
赤い髪のお姉ちゃんは青函旅行家なんだよね。大きくなったら私もお姉ちゃんみたいに星々を旅して四つ葉のクローバーがいっぱい生えてる星を見つけたいな。
Similar but different. Big sister with the red hair. You're an star traveler, right? When I grow up, I want to travel between stars just like you, until I find a planet covered in 4-leaf clovers. What would that look like?
But 私はみんなのお姫様だから、大人になっても叶わないかも。
But I'm also everyone's princess. I don't know if I can still do that after growing up. Defen's version, Oxy's version, maybe. No, this feels like just more the Traveler Senna's version. You may think I'm making up terms, and I'm just trying to understand what I'm looking at and what's saying. Again, I'm theorizing. Don't take everything I take, full fact. I don't talk that way. I'm most everyone's princess. I don't know if I can still do that after growing up.
一つ秘密を教えてあげる。実は私も旅行家なんだ。
You are, or are you lying? Are you telling a white lie here? Tell you the truth, I'm also a traveler. Tell the truth, I'm also a traveler. Are you actually? Okay. Huh? Oh, maybe a dream seeker? Just say Layla, though. Yeah, but it just means the first Layla. That's true, actually. Maybe the cycle thing is a thing, then, like I was saying. I had a feeling it was. The cycle becoming the new Layla, I mean. The dream seeker becoming a new Layla, type thing. I'm sure they're both shocked, though. I'm a little shocked as well. How are you a traveler? I thought you were a native to here.
そうそう神様も旅行家なの。彼女は
Okay, Senna's
彼
playing.
女は
Senna's playing along with it. I mean, Traveler's playing along with it. I don't know, this is Senna at this point. Alright, Lady Layla is indeed a traveler. She...
このお姉さんと一緒にたくさんの星を巡ってきたんだ。共感覚を体験できる果物が生えるカラフル星とか、本当に食べられるドーナツ星とか。ドーナツ星はもう私たちの仲間に全部食べられちゃったけど。
We traveled to many planets with a red-haired girl. Like planet Colourful, where fruits that are folks in synesthesia grow. And planet Donut, which could be eaten directly, although it was already eaten up by another friend of mine. She's telling the tales of Traveler's story for her own. She's willing to deceive to some extent. That's fair. But twisting it a bit as well.
私にもできたんだから、姫様もきっとできるよ。愛と勇気さえあれば、どんな人でも大地をかけて星の海を旅することができるんだ。
I assume she's not a traveler, like I said. If I can do it, then of course you can too, little princess. In fact, as long as you have love and courage, anyone can walk on the ground, or soaring through the stars.
神様もエレーニと同じことを言うんだね。私、エレーニが嘘をついてるって思ってたけど、本当だったんだ。エレーニ大好き。
Wow, Lady Layla said the same thing as Aline, or Aline. I thought Aline was tricking me before, but it turns out it's true. Aline is the good person ever. Yeah, like, there was something was set up behind the scenes for her to say this so that you would stay on your path. There be some manipulation, but I guess just upbringing.
姫様、エレーニが姫様に嘘を申し上げることなど決してありませんよ。
Your Highness, Elaine would never lie to you. Elaine. It's Elaine, isn't it?
姫様、エレーニが姫様に嘘を申し上げることなど決してありませんよ。
What's with the white box? Where is this going?
様とエレーニはもう帰るみたいだね。
Little Princess and Elena are going home.
彼女たちにとって今日は落成で過ごす最後の日なの。
Today is the last day in the waxing.
見た目は正直そうなのに意外と嘘をつく
You
の
have
が
an
うまいんだ
honest face,
ね
but you're surprisingly good at
つま
lying.
りあなたもあれが嘘だと思っ
So
て
you
る
think
の？
it's a lie too? So it was a lie? Or... I don't know. I guess you're not saying it's a partial lie, isn't it? Or no, actually, you could be telling the truth. Oh, I love the way the story's making me think. It's such a really like I did not predict a chapter like this. It's a welcome surprise, though. I love when the story does something I didn't think it was gonna like do. Not all the things I can like consider maybe it means. That's what more matters to me in the end at times. Not picking one answer, but like seeking multiple answers and asking questions. And seeing what I personally see in each like word spoken or line or text, or what it could mean, or what it means to me personally instead of like a universal truth, you know? More like a personal truth or a personal journey. So you think it's a god? You think it's a lie too?
私はただ神様の立場からあの言葉を考えてみただけ。まあこっちとしては絶対にそれを嘘にしない自信があるけどね。
I just considered that line from your perspective, that's all. I'm super confident I can unlie it anyway. So it really doesn't make it seem like it's the last day here. Like, there seems to be a lot of interstellar travel here. We know Skynes are permanents, or Skyne of permanents did used to obviously be here once. But again, that would be Nahara. But there could be maybe others. You know, the Fluffies, you know, the two planets that were spoken about. We've got this princess that's an alien. It's all very interesting. I just considered that your line from... I just considered that line from your perspective, that's all. I'm super confident I can unlie it anyway. Okay.
ちょっとどうして笑うの？
Why are you laughing at me?
"誰かさんの影響かな。今日はきっと愛と勇気に満ちた一日になるって思えてきたんだ。
I don't know who inspired me. I suddenly feel that change today will surely become a day full of love and courage." Her eyes are different as well, they're blue, they're not pink. The insides are pink, but not the rest.
そんなの当然だよ。
Hehe, of course. Very interesting chapter, this. What are you doing now? Playing some sort of game? I hear a dropping sound.
あなたが引き当てた2つ目のお題
Oh,
は
the dice rolling.
今日
Okay.
中に誰の力も借りずに魚を1匹釣ること。 それをクリアするまでここから出ちゃダメ。どう？ちょっとだけならコツを教えてあげてもいいよ。
The second challenge you rolled is you have to catch a fish all by yourself today. Or you're not leaving this place. How about it? Need a few pointers from me? Why are you agreeing to this, god? To Traveler?
釣れた。結構重いね。
I've got a bite. It's pretty heavy. What's the pelt for?
Oh! ルールを言い忘れちゃった。スタートしてから10分以内に釣った魚は脳幹だよ。その魚は返してもう一回釣ってみて。
What kind of rule is that? I forgot to tell you a rule. Rule. Okay. Fish caught within the 10 minutes don't count. Let it go and cast again. What are you doing? You just want to catch a better fish? Like, what was the reasoning behind that rule? Is that rule supposed to, like, symbolize something? No, I'm overthinking that. There's no way. Actually, I have to at least admit that I might be, so I'm being honest, you know? Don't care,
また
though.
釣れたよ。今回は小さめみたい。
Another fish is biting. It's a small one. Dun, 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 dun.
小魚なんて魚のうちに入らないよ。ブブー。チャレンジ失敗。さあ戻して、もう一回。
I showed the shadow fish a bit, actually. A small fish? How does a small fish count as a fish? Challenge failed. Let it go and cast again. Same face again. A lot of this a bit of repetition. This.
今回は
I think I caught a very big fish.
ダメダメ。30分以内に釣ったものは全部脳幹。早く戻して。
I don't understand what you're doing here. Doesn't count, doesn't count. Anything under 30 minutes doesn't count. Let it go now.
神様、ありがとうございます。ダイビング中に急に足がつってしまって、神様のおかげで助かりました。
Thank you, Lady Layla. My leg cramped when I was diving just now. It's a good thing you were there. Again, this shows again even with Layla and also Senators we've seen. Not this one, you know, the other one in Top of 10 Part 2 and stuff. Like, what it's like to live alongside, you know, the mortals, live alongside your people. Live as gods, you know, within, you know, your like nation. Not be isolated, not be cut off, not be just, you know, separated. It's very interesting, and I'm glad they're exploring it. Because it feels like what they'll eventually might do with Kiana a bit. But again, we'll have to see. There's a lot of unknowns with that. They did let him out, right? What's the Traveler doing? Throwing an anchor? Sounds like something like a throw. Good she was able to save someone though.
先に言っとくけど、第3のお題はとってもすっごくめっちゃくちゃ難しいの。またさっきみたいにごまかせると思わないでね。 今回は一人でぬいぐるみを1体ゲットするまでクリアってことにはならないから。
Catch a doll? It's like an ababe? I'm warning you. The third challenge is very... Yes, she let it slide, this challenge, even though she should have let it slide many times at this point. It's very specifically extremely hard. You won't be able to muddle through like you just did now. This time you have to catch a doll all by yourself before you can leave. It sounds like Siren in like second edition, like cheating, or you know, humans and stuff like that. It reminds me of that a bit, this attitude. I don't get it though. I don't get what she's doing. There must be a deeper reason though.
これでアームが小鹿の真上に来たね。このままボタンを押せば、ぬいぐるみを掴んで穴に落とせるはず。
A deer. So yeah, send a deer and the deer. Yeah. I see what you're doing, miHoYo. Where's the lion for Layla then? Okay, this way the claw is directly above the deer. Is this an Oxia? Oh no, it's probably a D-Fang actually, yeah. Above the deer, if I press the button, you definitely grab the deer and drop it into the chute. Sorry, give me a minute. There we go.
甘い。甘すぎる。
Naive, too naive.
どうして？小鹿は穴のすぐ近くにいるからアームで掴んでちょっとだけ左に移動させれば成功するはずなのに、どうしてすぐ離しちゃうのかな。一体何がダメだったの？
Just trying to like show Layla's time's incapableness. She's not really doing anything like, you know, like she's just struggling. Why? The little deer was clearly right above the chute. All I needed was for the claw to grab it. Move a little to the left. Why did the claw let go as soon as it went up? Why is this happening? He laughs at her, very much.
本当に降参しちゃダメ？このチャレンジでもうたくさんのコインと時間を無駄にしちゃったよ。本当ならその時間でもっといろんなことができたはずなのに。
Yeah, it feels like kind of contradictory to give us some of these challenges when they take up so much time. Are you punishing the god for... Can't you sense it? Giving you a punishment in some way, but not really. Can I really not quit? This challenge has already wasted so many tokens. And so much time. I could have used that time to do so much more. Of course not.
そんなに焦らないで。コインを5枚ちょうだい。その無駄にした時間を私が全部取り戻してあげる。あれ？どこに行くの？動かないで。手を置いたままにして。私と神様、2人で一緒にやろう。
Being very casual with the god, aren't you? Don't rush. Just give me 5 tokens, and I'll win back all the time you lost. Hey, where are you going? Keep your hands there. Don't move. I'll control it with you. She's blushing a lot. Again, it's is this not Senna? Is this someone after Senna? Or is she just falling in love with her? I don't know. I question it because obviously also that princess we got that also is an alien. Maybe that's just showing again another like a variant of like Senna again, maybe. And then also Senna doesn't look how she does in future, so
あなたと私
You
一緒に
you and me. Indeed.
クレーンゲームはどれも似たり寄ったりだから他のにすれば取れるかもなんて期待しちゃダメ。アーム揺らしこそが唯一の味方。まずはレバーを左右に揺らしてアームの動きを身になじませて。
Claw machines are all pretty much the same. So don't pin your hopes on switching machines. The only friend you can rely on is the swing technique. First, wriggle the joystick left and right and feel the claws. Claws, you say? So lion. Got it. We have the lion and deer at this point. Cool. Layla and Senna. Sure.
集中できてないみたいだね。もしかして疲れちゃった？少し休憩する？
So now you're gonna let take a break. Do you just want to say that line? Does it remind me a bit of you again because of how you talk like a bit also at the start saying I've always wanted to say it like that and stuff. I can tell the 10-part term in with Senna dear. You don't seem as focused as you were just now. Are you getting tired? Want to take a break?
大丈夫。このままでいい。すごくいいと思う。
There's no need. This is fine. Okay.
あなたって面白いね。まだ何も教えてないのにすごくいいの？何が良かったの？このままってどのまま？ねえ、教えて。
You're so funny. I haven't even started teaching you. And you're already fine? Fine how? In what way? You're definitely flirting, it feels like, in some way. He knows what she's doing. That's remind me of Elysia a bit. Did she just take a picture of you? For the memories.
変なの。釣りとクレーンゲームは結構似てると思うんだけどな。全部の筐体を空にしても教え子に伝授できないなんて。私、先生に向いてないのかも。
Being a sensei thing now, I'm talking about being a teacher. No, I feel like you had that skin, didn't you, in Chapter 10 Part 2, didn't you? That, like, teacher skin. Weird. Are there any similarities between fishing and playing claw machines? Even after I cleared out every single claw machine, I still couldn't teach my student how to play it. Guess that means I'm a terrible teacher.
ごめんなさい。どうしてできないのか、私にもよくわからなくて。
I'm sorry, I don't know why either. Curious chapter.
平気平気。その頑張りに免じて、第4のお題は一番簡単なものにしてあげる。
It's nice to feel all over the place, but I think that's also the intention. It's okay, I won't make things hard on you for the 4th challenge. I'll assign you the easiest one. Will you now? But that'll be helpful.
この写真、私があなたを誘拐したみたい。ねえ、そこの神様。もし誘拐じゃなかったら、まばたきして。
You were kidnapped. The god has been kidnapped. This photo looks like it kidnapped you. Hey, the god over there. If you haven't been kidnapped, blink twice to let me know. Do they blink? Is the question. So just doing the models and doing like poses instead of doing like CG art. It's an interesting choice. It's pretty cool though as well, because it shows more consistency. For at least the models and stuff, and using like the background of the world more. I do like the CGs as well. Hope we still get some. We did, we got one at the start.
今更瞬きしても遅いよ。
It's too late to blink now. Alrighty.
この写真は前のよりは口角が数ミリ上がってるね。
This one, your smile is actually a few millimeters wider than before. Pay attention to that. What makes you so interested in this card? I must know. You barely know them. At least from what I understand. Unless I am wrong.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry.
謝らないでよ。見返すたびに笑顔になれるいい写真じゃない。
What's there to apologize for? Any photo that makes us smile whenever we look at it is a good photo. He's lost some nice shots of them all.
きっとプロのカメラマンがいるせいでつい仕事モードに入っちゃうんだね。もっと適当な感じの方がいいのかも。私がカメラマンをやるから持ってきたコンデジで撮ってみようよ。
I bet having a pro photographer made you subconsciously slip into a usual stiff mode. Maybe it's better to keep it casual. Let's use my little camera later. I'll be our photographer.
ほら見て見て。この写真すっごくいいでしょ。
Bring some nice memories, it looks like. Someone with some sort of like dream, or some sort of like other past, or something that never came to be. I'm really not sure. I'm going more past there right now. And he's being so like the memory stuff that Dream Seeker did have. Or Dream Seekers have had. And Layla has had. Vice versa. Look, look, this one turned out amazing.
私この一枚が最高に好きなんだけど、神様はどう思う？
I really like this one. What about you? Say Kami-sama again.
でもちゃんと警戒してるんだよ。
Oh.
私も好き、大好き。
I like her very, very much. I'm glad you do.
今日は本当に楽しかった。適当な理由をつけて10億年間落星滞在の刑にしたいくらい。
She treasured all this that much. But why? There's got to be a more deeper reason. Unless there isn't, and it's just love at first sight, or something along those lines. The answer doesn't satisfy me, though. That doesn't mean it's not the answer, though, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm sure there's some deeper reason here. Today I felt really happy. So happy that I want to use any excuse to sentence you to stay on the boxing. For a billion years.
この神様、めちゃくちゃ危ないセリフを口にしたんだけど。これからはしょっちゅう遊びに来るつもりだし、心配しなくていいよ。
So you plan to keep traveling then? What kind of dangerous godly talk is that? I'll come back to visit you often in the future, don't worry.
だから心配なの。
That is exactly what makes me worry.
仕事の邪魔になるって友達に絶交されちゃった。
Very playful. Again, it's not my type of character I'm a massive fan of, but it's still very strong as a character. Still a great character, just not one I'm massively a fan of, that type of character. At least that elements, those aspects to it. But they're still cool. Wow, my friend thinks... I do like the theatrics of it here as well in some ways. Wow, my friend thinks I'm getting in the way of her work. She's decided to cut ties with me. You didn't say that. You said that.
違うよ。私はただ別のことが心配なだけで。
Under the wishing tree. That's not it. I was worried about something else.
だって忘却や死と同じようにどんなに心配しても避けられないことがあるから。
Well, they're just like forgetting and dying. Some things can't be avoided no matter how much you worry about them. Okay. And?
ちょっと縁起でもない話はやめて。私たちはまだ若いんだから。物忘れする年じゃないし、死なんて無縁中の無縁だよ。
That is messed up, miHoYo. I see what you're doing. Everything they're saying is basically like what happened in the end. It feels like a really cruel mockery, but also like very symbolic. I don't mean it in a bad sense. It's just like I can read between the words here because it's like, Chloe, don't say such unlucky things. The lucky thing again. We're still young. Nowhere near the age of forgetting things, like being forgotten by your people and, you know, being a creator god and following those type of rules and being forgotten by everything. And even further from dying, like that you actually did die in the end, it seems, or at least implied. And then you also don't seem to, because you've seen Chapter 10 Part 2, so I don't know what to believe.
早く願い札を木に結んで、今日の第5のお題を終わらせなきゃ。ほら、もうこんなにたくさん結ばれてる。サクッと結ばないと明日には場所がなくなっちゃってるかも。
Hurry up and tie your wishing ribbon to the tree, and you'll complete the 5th challenge of the day. Look at how many others are already tied up there. If you don't tie yours today, there won't be any room left tomorrow. Time again. We are gonna get slammed with something heavy, I'm sure. This is like the sweet spot, and then we're gonna get actually slammed with something very depressing, I feel. But also gonna be kind of disillusioned a bit with things like this. They try and pull you away from reality and what we've learnt so far. That's how it feels to me. I can't learn my guard of any of these games anymore. It's trying very hard to make you lower your guard.
ちょっと待ってて。 私たちの神様にぴったりの枝を見つけてあげる。
There's a tree, and the fact talking about leaves before and branches, and we know about like defang Loxing situation, you know, being put on, you know, a branch infinitely close, like to the Sea of Quanta, and you know what I mean? Like there's analogies, there's links, there's symbolism, there's so much cool stuff that like you can relate to indirectly or directly, with every word spoken because of the way miHoYo have made their stories. It doesn't mean those things are being referenced. But wishes, to trees, to branches, to perfect branch for Lady Layla, you know, like, so many things to think about. Hold on, I'll find the perfect branch for Lady Layla to tie her ribbon on. Sounds like a plan, traveller. Whether unintentionally or unintentionally, I get how these in Traveller and like Dreamseeker as well on the way. Like, these Traveller and God in this case, but I'm saying is that they use a lot of like titles for names at times, and I do like miHoYo doing that with the storytelling. Because then when they use the name or something else, it adds that extra layer of also self-awareness in some ways. Whenever intentionally or unintentionally, the Traveller noticed what was written on some of the wishing ribbons. What is on some of the wishing ribbons? Yeah, without intentionally or unintentionally, the Traveller noticed that was written on some of the wishing ribbons.
母が早く目を覚ましてくれますように。そして神様が健やかでありますように。セリン。
I knew they'd tie back to something of like what we've been following. I hope Mum wakes up soon. I also wish for Lady Layla's good health and happiness. Celine, yeah. Just like in chapter 10, part 2.
神様、一人でいいから私みたいに頭が良くて優しくて話し上手で気遣いもできて一緒に家事をやってくれる友達を早く与えてください。白鹿幽雲より追伸、神様が健やかでありますように。
Can Lady Layla please allocate a friend who's as smart, gentle, and sweet-talking as I am to me as soon as possible, who cares about me and can do chores with me? By Lu Yuyan. P.S. May Lady Layla be healthy and happy. Why does it feel reversed? The role feels reversed. It feels like the position Layla's in should be what Senna's in at this point. None of this lines up with what we know. It's like the roles really have been flipped, but I don't know why they've been flipped. Or maybe there's a bit of truth to both of it? Yeah, and in a way, Yuyan did get that. They got Layla, who is smart, gentle, and sweet-talking. And yeah, also, Salem was also, yeah, chapter 11, part 2 as well.
神様が末永く楽星にとどまり、いつまでも私のことを見守ってくださいますように。私も神様のことをずっと見守らせていただきます。どうか健やかでありますように。セオドラ。
I wish for Lady Layla to stay on Luoxing forever, always watching me, and I will always watch you. I pray for your good health and happiness. Theodore. Theodore, Theodore. Yeah. Yeah, Spirit Vision, right. So interesting, this chapter.
神様にばっかり頼ろうとしないで。自分の願いは自分の手で叶えなきゃ。
It's like a split of Senadia? What's happened? I genuinely don't know. It feels like I'm speaking to like two different characters. Don't always think about relying on the god. Your own wishes should be realized by your own hands. Yeah. Yeah, that's what Senna wanted.
そう言いたいのは山々だけど、実際自分の力だけじゃどうにもならない願いもあるよね。だからこそ神様のあなたもつい手を貸しちゃうんだろうな。何か方法があれば。
I really want to say that, but some wishes are pretty hard to realize on your own. And as a god, you won't be able to stop yourself from helping out, right? If only there was a way to... This feels like again tied to the whole Nahara thing, and Nahara telling her not to do certain things. And again, this isn't Senna as a god, so... Ah, so interesting. Go on. I've got an idea. What is your idea? She would write down the names. She would write down the names of as many wish makers as possible on a wishing ribbon. That began with, I hope the wishes of all these people all come true. And let me guess, they partially did come true, but at the cost of something else. There's got to be a cost for all this wishing. You don't just get to grant things. There's always a cost for any wish. In this way, both the people and the god of Luoxing will have their wishes granted. In a way, yeah. Scribbling the notes. She copied diligently until the wish ribbon was filled with people's names, leaving just enough space to squeeze in her own name, so she also has her own wish. What was your wish?
よし。あとは他のみんなと同じように願い主、つまり私の名前を書くだけだね。
Alright, the last step is to, like everyone else, write down the name of the person. Write down the name of the person making the wish, which is my... Go on, what's your wish? I'm very curious to hear, Traveller. What is your wish? I get to call him Traveller, it's kind of interesting. Though everyone's obviously not looking at the screen, they're a bit confused. I'm talking about someone who looks like Senadia. Along with the rest. That I've set the stream.
私の...
My... You're not sure what your wish is? Sounds like there's a bit of an existential thinking there.
どうして私...
Has she forgotten? Oh, is this the forgetting thing she was going on about? Why can't I... Why can't you what? There's something tied her here then. Does she mean not to get stuck here in the end and actually was imprisoned in a way by like some sort of authority link or some sort of like link with these wishes? Tied to Defeng or Luoxing in some way? Without choice? Why can't I... Before panic could swallow her whole, the god had already taken hold of her hand, and then ever so gently took away her wishing ribbon. Why though? It's like the god's aware. Was the wishing ribbon hurting her? Why? This is very interesting. This saved the words in her heart, where birds roosted from collapsing. In this quiet, only her heartbeat could be heard.
大丈夫だよ。願いの札を結ばなくてもいいの。名前を覚えていなくても、青函旅行家としてのあなたの生活は変わらないから。
This is what I mean when they don't use a name and then they give you a reason why they probably didn't give you a name. That's interesting. Okay. You can't remember your name. And you seem aware of something. It's okay. This wishing ribbon doesn't have to be tied. Being unable to remember your name won't change your life as an interstellar traveler. But that is true. There's some sort of symbolism for when a character is called like a traveler or hasn't got a name. Or a wanderer.
つまり私の名前もそれを忘れた理由もあなたは知ってるんだね。
This is definitely some of them. So you know my name, and you also know why I forgot it. I haven't forgot the start where I feel like there's a bit of a mix of Dreamseeker and Layla, etc. Us both kind of being Laylas. Different possibilities in a way. You know what I mean. Different... Again, it's a bit similar to Siren in a sense for the whole different possibilities of Kiana and then Siren. And the two different possibilities that, you know, from the wishes came. In a way. But it's a bit different, obviously. Different context. Along the cycle thing we talked about.
名前だけじゃない。ナナは神様のことを知ってたし、神様もナナとリトストのことを把握してた。そして私は初めて惑星に来たんじゃない。
Is there some sort of...
そうだよね。
Is there some sort of cycle that's making her have to come back and, like, start again? It didn't feel like it's her first time here, the way she was being treated. Not just my name. You know Nana. And Nana and Litos know you. As for me, this isn't my first time on the Roxing, is it? She sought confirmation from the god of the contradiction that had existed from the start. A confirmation that razor-sharp answer, capable of slicing away all the vibrant joy of the day. And the answer is...
"できればこの最後のお題は辞退したい。でもあなたはきっと許してくれないよね。
If I could, I'd really like to quit the last challenge of the day. But you wouldn't agree to that, would you? Can't imagine so, no. I'm gonna guess also the last challenge of the day will tell us something. I'm also gonna guess it symbolizes her always picking a certain answer. You seem to have that understanding, God.
そんなのダメだよ。
I wouldn't.
やっぱりズルが好きなくせに ずるして運命をごまかすことだけは絶対にしない。そういう人だもの。
I knew it. Blame yourself for being someone who likes to cheat, but refuses to cheat fate. You're saying she could cheat fate, but she chooses not to? Interesting. Go on. What fate are we cheating here? Something to do with time, definitely, and borrowing it.
そんな人が自ら落星を離れ、心置きなく自由を楽しめるようにするには、愛と勇気だけじゃダメ。生涯あなたと共にある長い嘘が必要なの。
To make someone like her leave the waxing of her own accord and enjoy her freedom fully, without a care, requires more than just love and courage. It also requires a lie that lasts long enough to span her entire life. It's like he wants to be able to leave in the end, but she wasn't able to. So you're trying to change that? You're trying to help her cheat fate?
幸いにも私たちの時間はたくさんある。そして時が経てば経つほどその話術も洗練されていく。でも10億年間落星滞在の罰なんて全ての嘘の中で一番下手だったね。
He's already stuck here for 1 billion or more years or eternity, isn't she? Yep, that makes sense. Potentially, from what you're implying. Luckily, time's the only thing we have in abundance. As time passes, our trickeries will only grow more sophisticated. Though, sentencing your stay on the waxing for 1 billion years is probably the worst lie of them all. And that is... Why is that? It's very interesting, this chapter. There's a lot going on, in a good way.
もし私にここにもっといてほしいって言うなら、ちゃんとそれを話してくれれば。
Since you don't want me to leave either, just tell me. That's the one thing she can't tell you, I assume. I'm assuming she tells you, it could break everything.
ごめんね。あまり辛くなければいいんだけど。
I'm sorry. I hope this doesn't hurt too much.
"私、ここで悪役をやめるわけにはいかないの。そんなことをしたら、今日の最後のお題をクリアできなくなる。
I can't afford to lose my identity as a meanie now. Otherwise, I won't be able to complete the final challenge of the day. And that is... You about to go to sleep or something? What's happening?
私の願いは、あなたが名前を失ったあの夜と何も変わらない。
Which I am about to make is no different from the one I made on the night you lost your name. Okay.
あなたが いつまでも自由の喜びに浸っていられますように。あなたが二度と自分の名前を拾い上げませんように。それからいついかなる時でも。
You wish for her freedom, you wish for her to cheat fate, you wish for her to have another life in a way. I wish she'd forever enjoy the happiness of freedom. I wish for you to never remember your name. I wish for you. You can see, like, the feeling in her eyes, the emotion, the difficulty, the anxiety, the worry, and the wanting there to be a difference. I don't know everything though, there's still loads that I'm very confused about. I can see especially Layla's like, Layla wants something for Traveller, or Senna, I assume, with name forgotten. I assume that's what it's trying to say.
あなたが落成を選んだ事実が存在しませんように。
To never have chosen Loxin. Yeah, you wish you never picked that choice. I knew you knew it too much. Okay. So what is this Senna then? You can't change what happened, Layla. At the 491st minute and the 59th second after they reunited, the traveller saw the tears of the god the second time. I do feel for Layla. I can see she's struggling. Okay, whatever that is. I'm gonna take a breather for a minute. Got some water, and then we'll continue, okay? Okay, let's continue. Correct? Should be. You're saying Senadia. Oh, look. That sounds like Layla. Or it's someone else. Senadia. So Senadia does have memory of that with Layla. The other Layla, not this Layla. Oh shoot, that doesn't.
Senadia, 大丈夫?
No. Senadia, are you alright? No, she's definitely struggling. I wonder what this cost is they were talking about, though. What I'm referring to is the thing that says in chapter 11. It says... Next part. The truth behind her exhaustion has to be seen from two sides. Worrying about every matter and thing is probably the least of it. Thinking about this is the 5th time this year. There's the 5 again. So that's why the 5 kept being said, I think. 5th task. And pain beyond what sages or heroes could imagine. I can only help on asking on an island surrounded by the boundless sea. Where a god can neither push the sea back nor predict shifting tides. How could she protect her people? Maybe she thought of only one way. Every day, every hour, every minute. She would stand at the island's edge and take on its behalf the corruption brought by the sea. Nahara clearly knew the truth, and so in the great adventure the secret she and Senna hid from Layla could only be what I'm guessing now. You knew all of me, but I only ever saw fragments of you. When you told me I'm fine, I naively believed you truly were. I'm sorry, Senna. And what it said at the start of this chapter... I'm going to the bins for this. I moved it quicker. It's fine, I'll get to it quite quickly. Or I won't. Yeah, it says here. Yeah, first time to hear this happen was just a month ago. The paintings and drawings, the pain imagined by all sages and heroes I've ever known combined. Yeah, Nahara said it. Let me just pin this so it's at the bottom. There we are. When I get to a point, I need to also see if there is a recap thing that we missed, and add that to my folders. Sanadia, are you alright? That's a no.
Senadia, 悪い夢でも見たの?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to see Layla after that. Sanadia, did you have a nightmare? She's not gonna tell her, is she? She's gonna act it off, isn't she? She's gonna say she's fine. Oh no. She looking at her to see what the future could bring? As in, like, she's got her greatest wish, hoping for Layla to be what she needs. Or is she just thinking, should she tell her or not? What's on her mind?
Senadia?
Sanadia.
レイラちゃんったら、いつからそんな意地悪な子になっちゃったの?
It seems my little Layla has picked up bad habits. In what way? She's just looking out for you? I don't see anything wrong with that. Unless again you don't want her to worry at all.
覚えてる? 私が寝る前に40分後に必ず起こすって約束してくれたよね。でも空を見る限り、もう4時間は経ってるんじゃない?
You needed the rest? You're worried about the sky, though. I saw that look then. You're very worried about the sky. Remember, you promised me before I went to sleep you'd definitely wake me up in 40 minutes. Look at the sky. It's been 4 hours now, hasn't it?
セナディアにもっと休んでほしかったの。セナディアだって昨日ツルしてたよね。私が寝た後にまた起き出して朝まで仕事してたんでしょ?
I wanted to let you rest a little longer. Senadia, this is what you get for cheating yesterday and getting up to work until this morning, after I fell asleep.
心配しないで。セナディアのアドバイスはもう各所の責任者に送っておいたから。一部の仕事が早い責任者から早速返信が来てたけど、その要点もまとめたよ。
Don't worry, I've already sent your suggestions to the heads of the institutions for you. The more efficient ones have already replied, and I've summarized the key points for your review. Hmm.
中でも3つの案件に私のちょっとしたアイデアを書いた付箋を貼ったから一目で見つけられると思う。
Regarding 3 of the matters, I wrote down a few ideas and attached them to their respective locations using sticky notes. This is to make sure you won't miss them.
ありがとう。でもレイラはよくナナに言ってるでしょ。セナディアのことに首を突っ込まないでって。私もレイラには自分の好きなことに夢中になってほしいかな。
Thank you. But still, I hope you can do what you're always telling Nana to do. Stay out of Senadia's business. And do the things you're actually interested in. She is interested in you, though. She cares about you. She wants you to be okay. You don't get to decide if she does that or not. I also get it's kind of taking the initiative in making sure that she focuses on her own life. I understand your reasoning. I understand what you're trying to, I think, say. It's just... you can't control all that, no matter if you want to or not.
でも私が好きなのは
My interest is, it's you.
あなたは神様じゃないし、神様になる必要もないんだよ。
So you never originally wanted to be a god. So what changed then? Why did that change? Or is it more you just ran into a situation where you didn't have a choice? You want a god, nor do you ever need to become one.
神様はあなたがありのままの自分でいて、いつまでも楽しい暮らしを送って自由に成長していってくれることを望んでる。
As for the god, she hopes you can always be yourself, always live happily, always grow freely. I see nothing wrong with that. But you have to let her make her own choices as well. You know, if that's your wish, that doesn't mean it's going to necessarily come true in that way. There's nothing wrong with trying to make sure that wish does happen. You have to respect what Layla wants as well. And of course you have to do what you think is best for everything as well. That's part of being a god. Got a lot of responsibility, a lot of things to think about.
それがセナディアの願いなら絶対に叶えてみせるよ。
If that's what Senadia wants, I promise I'll do it. Interesting.
これはあなたに向けた彼女の願いなの。レイラ、叶えてあげてね。
This is the wish he wants to make to you. Layla, You help her realize it. Layla can try. Oh. Alright, where's this going?
そういえばナナの姿が見当たらないね。どこに行ったの？
Speaking of which, why isn't Nana home?
お菓子をバリバリ食べる音でセナディアを起こすといけないからって珍しく自分で外に出て行ったな。あの竜にしては人らしい気遣いだよね。
That's because of the pain that she is going through, I feel. And Nahara is aware of it. She was afraid her crunch crunch snacking sounds would disturb you. So she went out by herself. It's one of the few times that dragon said she acted like a considerate person.
でもちょっと正しい行動をしただけで調子に乗らないように一緒に来てほしいっていう頼みは断ったよ。私はセナディアに付き添わなきゃいけないし、起きた時に家に誰もいなかったら寂しいと思うから。
I can't let her get arrogant just because she did one small thing, right, Senadia? So I didn't agree to join her. I'm staying here with you. If you wake up and find no one home, you'll definitely feel lonely.
ナナやリトストは寂しくなってもいいの？
That's true. Nahara and Litos could be lonely too, though I don't think they are. Not to that level. Or if they are, they've not said it, so I can't assume said thing. Aren't you worried Nana will be lonely? Well, Litos.
二人ともいい大人でしょ。心配する必要なんてないよ。
They're both mature adults. There's nothing to worry about.
つまりレイラちゃん的には私が子供っぽい人に見えるんだね。
That does seem to be the slight assumption, maybe, but I don't think she meant to say that. She hasn't said that to you. I'm doing that again, I like that tease thing you do. Bit of a mask. So in your heart, I'm just an immature person, Layla.
違う。私が寂しかっただけ。誰よりも大人なセナディアと一緒じゃなきゃ安心できないからここに残りたかったんだ。
It's because I'm afraid of being lonely. Only you who's super duper mature can make me feel safe. That's why I insisted on staying.
違う。私が寂しかっただけ。誰よりも大人なセナディアと一緒じゃなきゃ安心できないからここに残りたかったんだ。
Yeah, she said Senadia.
でもただじっとしてたわけじゃないよ。さっき話した件もだけど記念品のデザイン画も描いたの。
I was also doing serious work while keeping you company. Not only did I finish what you just talked about, I also drafted sketches for memorabilia. So there's a nicer way to remember them. That's nice.
記念品？レイラったらもう準備を始めてるんだ。
Memorabilia? Have you... Yeah, memorabilia. Layla, have you started preparing that early?
だってセナディアの大きな祈願の木の隣に私だけの木を植えたいの。私精一杯頑張るから、セナディアも約束を忘れないで。ダメ?
This would be hard for Senadia, considering the thing she just went through then in like that, I guess, dream or mix of a dream, but also kind of things that happened, memories, more memories. Maybe she has gone through being like forgotten at one point and knows what that's like. Because I really want to plant a tree that belongs to me, right next to your big wishing tree. I'll work super hard, so you have to remember our promise too, okay?
ダメなわけないでしょ。さて、これからナナのお迎えに行こうと思うんだけど、一緒にどう?
Of course. Oh, and I'm heading out to get Nana home. Wanna come along?
もちろん。ついでにセナディアみたいに大人っぽくなる方法も教えてあげなくちゃ。
Yes, it's the perfect opportunity to teach you how to be as mature as you, Senadia. I think Nahara is more mature than Senadia. I'm going to be honest with you, Layla. Sorry. Well, there's different forms of it, I guess, and... Might your class as maturity, I guess. It differs. There's more than one answer, I guess. I feel like Nahara has more info than Senna a lot. Nahara's seen a lot more as well. It's a very, like... fulfilling life, it feels like. Very travelling, at least. So did Senadia, don't get me wrong, but I think Nahara's done it longer. I think. Oh no. Before setting off, the gods suddenly noticed an empty spot on the tea table. I assume that'd be Dreamseeker, Coralie, and Helia's, like, empty spot.
Layla, テーブルの上にあったヨーヨーはどこにやったの?
No, Layla, where did the yo-yo on the table go?
この前の大掃除の時にいつか使い道ができるってセナディアが言ってたけど、結局そのままだったよね。だから埃を拭いてしまっておいたの。
In the last major cleaning session, you said you'd use it soon, but you haven't touched it since. Senadia, I saw it was gathering dust again, so I cleaned it and put it away. Says Senadia somewhere there in the audio.
やっぱり飾っておく?
Do you still want to put it on display? What is the yo-yo to symbolize outside of, you know, the traveller stuff and Oxia and what we had Senna introduced as originally? Mystery of time, string of fate. It must have some other meaning. As well as, you know, obviously, she probably likes using the yo-yo or core drive. Nadia, do you want to put it on display?
たとえもう使う日が来なくても忘れたくないんだ。私がどうやってここに来たのかを。
I like imagine that string as like a pathway she's walked for her life. And the turning of the yo-yo is like a wheel, turning of time. And it's constructed together by pieces that make up who she is. Even if the day never comes where I need to use it again, I don't want to forget how I got to where I am today. Go with Layla to pick up Nahara. Yeah, that's fine. Right. We haven't continued, don't worry. I'm just... You can see the cosmic trails, the marks. She's definitely becoming like one with something or losing something. On the back as well. Maybe the white colours and some of the stuff with Layla is to have emptiness. Ooh. Memories? What are these? See the reddish projections again. Oh.
何でも釣れちゃうなんて、落星の海ってめちゃくちゃすぎない？
So is that what she originally was like then? That Senna? I guess, yeah, she was a traveller at first. That was how she originally appeared, I guess. I guess it was the soul origin then, maybe. But, we'll see. There might be other bits to it. Voice in the dream. Okay, let's continue. Right, let's continue now. Sorry about that. Very hot today. Is the waxing sea bringing surprises or what? How can you fish up just about anything from it? So yeah, the memories again. But again, a voice in a dream. So yeah, some sort of dream, but memory as well. Like I said at the start.
いつもこうっていうわけじゃないよ。
It's not always like this.
爆速でクリアしたから褒めてほしいの？はいはい、釣りの才能ピカイチだね。えらいえらい。
You just want my praises for your speedrun, don't you? Fine, fine. What can I expect from it when the angler is so naturally gifted? Aren't you impressive? Hm.
ありがとう。私、もっと頑張るね。
Thank you. I'll keep trying my best. Why did it? I hate when it's.
確か前にこの辺でセナディアのパネルを釣り上げたんだけど、未だに誰も引き取りに来てないみたい。もし本当に持ち主が現れなかったら、私が持って帰ってもいいかな。
I still remember fishing up a Senadia standee nearby. Nobody's claimed it to this day. So if nobody wants it, do you think I can apply to take it home? It's not the right time to ask of these things, but you're not aware of this. Yeah, Senadiers have got some difficult memories right now. Yeah, I'm making a good amount of progress today. I'm hoping to, because I don't know how long I'm going to stream tomorrow if it's any hotter than this. If at all. Yeah, you can barely hear her, like it's echoing. Nope, she's still in her own little world. And memories, and sort of a dream.
セナディア？
Senadia.
「もしレイラが自分のパネルも釣り上げたらそうしてもいいよ。
If you can fish a standee of yourself too. Layla, then I'll agree. There isn't any Layla standee. If you're you're talking to, there aren't any Layla standees.
本当？
Really? But there isn't a standee. She'd have to make one. I guess you really stopped wanting doing everything for you and you really wanted to focus on her own life. You wish her to be able to remain cheerful, happy, and not to become a god.
本当？
For sure!
わかった。私頑張ってみるね。
Okay, I'll keep doing my best. They look so much, they look so much alike. So where's this Layla gone then that you're speaking of? That's a good lightning strike. The storm is incoming. Talk to Nahara. There she is. What's that pinkish colour?
今夜は星を見るのにぴったり。
It really is a perfect night. Stargazing. I see you put off going home for a little while.
Senadia とレイラはまだここにいたいのか？だが私は少し、いや、すごくソファーのぬくもりが恋しい。
She misses the sofa. Senadia and Layla, you really want to stay here, but I'm starting to. No, I'm really missing the warmth of the sofa. Fair enough, Nahara. Please rest. Love it. What do you mean by that?
こういう意味だ。おやすみ、セナディア、レイラ。
It means good night, Senadia, little Layla. And she kept calling her little Layla since, like, even when you see she's not little anymore, so that's interesting. That showed you her age and how long she's lived.
言っちゃダメ。あなたが本当に珍しく外出してくれたから、やっと狭いソファーで窓越しに星を眺めなくてよくなったんだよ。
Layla really wants this. Hey, come back here. It's rare to catch you going outside. We finally have to curl up on the sofa with you and watch the stars through a window.
ソファーは心地いい。卓上にある金色のゼリーにも手が届く。それに、たとえ違う場所にいたとしても、同じ空を見上げることはできる。むしろ、みんなが同じ場所にいたら、ロマンが足りないだろ。
The sofa is comfortable, and I can reach the golden jellies on the table just by stretching out my hand. Even if we are in different places, we can still look at the same starry sky. If everyone stays in one place, it loses its tinge of romanticism. Fair enough, Nahara. Hmm. You want that golden jelly? Understandable.
でたらめ言わないで。あなたにロマンの何がわかるの？
Well, give me a break. You don't have a romantic bone in your body. A romantic bone in your body.
Nara, なら一つ補足しておこう。テレビで見たが、子供は竜より十分な睡眠を必要とするそうだ。不足していると背が伸びないらしいぞ。
I think that's a myth, but I don't know if that's actually true. Let me add something, man. They say on TV that children need sleep, even more than dragons do. Or they won't grow tall. Well, we know Layla grows definitely tall. Taller than you, I think.
だから、セナディアだけを残して私と一緒に帰ろう。彼女は大人だから、もう背は伸びないし、伸ばす必要もない。
Senna didn't appreciate that. So I suggest you come with me, home with me, little Layla. You can leave Senadia here by herself. She's a mature adult who stopped growing and doesn't need to grow any taller.
なはら、あと一歩でも前に進んだら、明日からもう金色のゼリーを買ってあげないよ。
Oh, Senna's agreeing with her. Nahara, if you take one more step, I won't buy you any golden jellies starting tomorrow. Poor thing. He has been tamed by the golden jellies. A bit controlling and a bit messed up, honestly. Nahara hasn't really just said anything that wrong. But fair enough. I like Nahara. How could you do this to her? A golden jelly. Jellies.
こんばんは、セナディア。先ほどぶりだな。
Hello, Senadia. We meet again. Trying to skim over what she just said. And to stargaze, I guess. You've been forced to. wind carried the clouds away, throwing but the curtain of mist to reveal the starry sky in full view. A lot of applesauce, it seems, for Drax today. And the pigeon one, but either way, there's some sad tracks.
残念ながら君たちは第2惑星と第3惑星の観測に最適な時間帯を逃してしまったようだ。今はどちらも落星の足元、反対側の空にある。
Unfortunately, you missed the best time for observing the second and third planets. I assume Earth and Venus. Give me a minute. Second planet of the solar system. Yeah, Venus is second. Is it third, you said? Third planet. Yeah, Earth. Also. Okay. Unfortunately, you missed the best time for observing the second and third planets. Right now, they're both beneath Luoxing. Beneath it. Interesting. In the sky on the other side.
そんなに残念でもないよ。明日早起きすればいいだけだから。
It's not that big of a bummer, we just need to get up early tomorrow.
Leila が早起きするなら、ツルピカ星2つを観測する前に、私の朝食を買ってきてほしい。
Baron? So Earth hasn't got life yet. Most civilizations touched it potentially. How did the planet form? Oh yeah, it could be the Big Bang, could be a few things. Alright. Getting up early for 2 barren planets isn't worth it. So Venus also hasn't yet. Oh, no, Venus might actually just be empty by this point. Oh no, Venus will be empty later. Okay. Getting up early for 2 barren planets isn't worth it. I'd rather have little Layla buy me breakfast.
このへんてこりゅう、いっつも買ってきてあげてるでしょ。
You weird dragon. Has there ever been a day that I skipped buying breakfast for you? Maybe there was one day. You never know.
ナナはいろんな星を見てきたよね。あなたから見て、あの星たちがツルピカ状態から抜け出すまでどのくらいかかると思う？
This reminds you of a petite planet a bit. But I won't go into that. But it reminds you of it a bit. Yeah. But that's subject to change, so yeah, we'll leave that. Nana, you've been to so many planets. How long do you think it takes them to stop being all barren and empty?
星の未来は刻一刻と変化している。通常、長くはかからないだろう。
If we're addressing this. The future of a planet changes in the blink of an eye. Future, okay. And it usually doesn't keep us waiting too long. Of course, future in this case, because present, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Past as well, but you know what I mean.
あなたの言う長くないって具体的にはどれくらい？10年？それとも10億年？
I think it differs, Senator. How long is not too long exactly? 10 years? A billion? There's the billion again. You're thinking about this planet, aren't you, in some ways?
その2つに違いはあるのか?
There's no time difference to Nahara, it seems. Is there a difference?
もうじゃあ違いを分かってもらうためにちょっと問題を出してみようかな。ナナは惑星に3つの衛星ができた時期を覚えてる？
Having 3 moons makes sense, yes. What happened to them? And is there anything on them? Alright, I'm going to quiz you to help you understand the difference. Nana, do you remember when the Luxing had 3 moons at the same time?
半年前か?
Half a year ago. Senna was happy with the answer. You got it right, I think.
ブブー、外れ。ナナに問題を出したのこれで11回目なんだけど、今のところ正解は0だね。
Is that 11 important? We are on chapter 11EX. Boo-boo. Wrong answer. I think this is the 11th time I've asked the same thing, Nana, and you've got it wrong for the 11th time.
「惑星にはもともと一つの衛星しかなかったの。今私たちのすぐそばにあるあの一番大きな星がそれだよ。私たちが惑星に来るずっと前からあったんだ。
The Luxing originally had 1 satellite. Why did it have a satellite, though? Civilization? The star closest to us and the biggest of them all, right now. It was here long before we even arrived on the Luxing. Makes sense. When you say you had 1 satellite, what are you referring? You're referring to a literal satellite. Yeah, it makes sense there'd be stuff here before you, obviously. Actually, no. That wouldn't make as much sense. So who was here before you, then?
長い時の中、あの星は惑星に寄り添い続け、後から来た私たちのことも見守ってた。
For a long, long time, it's been Luxing's companion, watching over us, who arrived much later too.
私が権能を得た後も、環境を変える時に助けてくれたし、自ら進んで惑星のために2つの小惑星を捕獲したの。それがみんなの言う惑星の楽栄1と楽栄2だよ。
I gained authority in an attempt to transform the Luxing environment. She did try and transform it. That makes sense. I captured 2 asteroids, and eventually turned them into Luo 1 and Luo 2. So 2 of the moons. Where'd the 3rd come from, then? Unless that was the first satellite? The first moon? She made moons? I think Luo 1 and Luo 2 do exist as well. That is not what I was Googling. Do these exist? Never mind. That's interesting, though. Didn't expect that. I'll keep that in mind. Interesting. Okay, that's something else. Anyway, let's continue.
その2つの衛星のうち1つはすごく素早くて頑張り屋さんなレイラみたい。ホードのどんな変化も見逃さないの。
One of these two satellites. Of these two satellites, one moves super fast. Just like our hard-working little Layla. Never missing a single change down here in Defang. And the other?
もう一つはいつもぐうたらしてて何をするにもゆったりペースなナナに似てるんだ。
You're reflecting and mirroring the asteroids to the two different characters, Layla and Nana, okay? And the other one is like you, Nana. It likes to stay in one spot, and is super slow at everything.
そんなに違うのになぜか空を見上げるとその2つを同時に見かけることが多いんだよ。
Even though they're so different, if you look up at any time, there's a good chance you'll see them both. I like the camera angles of like her turning around, and you can see the deep thought she's putting in to all of this.
例えるなら今私の目の前にいるあなたたちみたいにね。
Like how I'm looking at you two, right now. The dragon fell into deep thought over the god's words, its tail thumping rhythmically against the ground. This was an unconscious act by the dragon. Yet she unexpectedly beat out a rhythm that disrupted the god's breathing. This night wasn't supposed to be like this. What's wrong with it? The rhythm? You look really sad about it. What's it remind you of? Reminds you of something, clearly. Or is it more because it reminds you of your heart? I really want to know more about, like, your journey and a lot of stuff. For a long, long silence, the dragon finally raised her head. A mist seemed to lift in her eyes. She's going out of it a bit there, thinking very deeply about it.
セナディアの話を聞いて、時の流れがもたらす変化について、より深く理解できた。おかげで、疑問の答えも得られた気がする。
Through your summary, I gained a better understanding of the changes brought by time. Time again. In the process, solved the confusion I had. Okay. This night wasn't supposed to be like this one. It's supposed to be this, like, emotional? What do you mean? What did you mean by when you said that?
昔の君はいつもカラフルという言葉やドーナツなどの鮮やかで竜の食欲をそそる例えを使って想像するラカダの外の世界を語っていた。
Back then you loved using colourful metaphors. Yeah, it was like a metaphor, I thought so. It sounded tantalising to a dragon. Flowers and donuts. Described the world outside Laquadar as you imagined it. Are those planets not real then, and more like analogies or things that reflect what Senadir dreamed or hoped they could be? Or what could be out there? I believe they did exist. I believe they did travel to them. I don't believe it's just imagination. But it could be admitting it is. Hmm.
実際とは大きく異なっていたが、私はその例えから似た色や味わいを持つ星々をすぐに思い出すことができた。
There's those colours and flavours talk again, reminding Gricio again, and reminding of all the things I was saying at the start. And also the thing, yeah, that Nana did also kind of talk about, and even memory, you know, having like a scent. Even though, that could also be like a metaphor or analogy, I get it. But anyway, even though they were vastly different from reality, those metaphors helped me immediately recall planets with similar colours and flavours that could exist somewhere out there. Okay.
だが、今の君は、私とホードの人々に説明するときに、より具体的で、わかりやすい例えを使うようになった。
Quite a big shift and change then, actually. Would have liked to see more of you back then in some ways. But that makes sense now why in the marriage why she was talking the way she was talking. But now you seem accustomed to using concrete and easily understood examples for me and the people of Dethang. She's trying to move on, I think.
それらの例えは確かに理解しやすいが、今のように問題を出されたときに思い出しづらいんだ。あまり味がしないせいか、私が食べてきたものの中に埋もれてしまってな。
She's saying it's lost its glimmer and light, it's lost its originality, it's lost that flavour. These examples aren't hard to understand, but are hard to remember when you quiz me. They aren't flavourful, and I've eaten far too many things.
それはナナの意見は受け取ったよ。何か改善する方法がないか考えてみるね。
So she does want to revert a bit more back to those metaphors and other stuff she used to do. That'd be cool to see. It's nice that Nahara recognises it though, Senna, and is warning her about it. But I don't think she's saying she has to go back either. She has to change. She's not asking that. I think Nahara's just making Senadia aware of it. About that, I promise to find a way to improve my metaphors.
セナディア、私の言葉を解決すべき問題と考える必要はない。
Senadia, what do you think I say is a problem to be solved?
今私たちを見つめている君と、かつて星空を見上げてばかりいた君、そのどちらも私は好ましいと思っている。
She looks so shocked. Makes sense though. I like the you who are gazing at us now, and the you who looked at the starry nights up at the starry sky countless times. You love all about her. You love every little side or face to her. You respect her. I do too. Very, very meaningful conversation between travellers and the voyage.
ただ、セナディアの身に宿る二つの星を目にするたびに、美しさに魅了されるよりも、その変化に驚かされている自分が少し感慨深かったんだ。
I cannot help but exclaim, whenever I see the two stars that shine on you, simultaneously, maybe night and day. Oh yeah, the moons in this case. I'm not intoxicated by the beauty, but rather amazed by the change that has occurred. The passage of time, the change of time. True.
永遠の大河を渡り、私に名を与えてくれたあの姫君が向こう岸にたどり着いて神になるとは。
To think that the princess, she was a princess, so it was a reflection to do with her then. Though that person also could have existed, maybe. It could have been more of a representation or a placeholder for her childhood. Not sure though. It's also possible someone did travel and looked like her. And the colours thing, I think really does, like, it really, really is ingrained in the mind right now. So that princess who waded through the timeless river and bestowed a name upon me. Me, a name upon me, will become a god reaching the other shore. The other shore? What's the shore in this case? The other side of something? An area? What is the shore? I think Senna appreciates your words. Appreciates the words that you're saying, Nahara. They brought up the shore a few times, actually. Maybe the shore, and then the sea of data and stuff. Oh yeah, the island, maybe. We'll see. Assuming the shore here.
惑星がセナディアの言う2つの星を捉えたから、その子たちの移動速度と軌道が決まっちゃったんだよね。
That's because the Waxing captured the 2 stars you mentioned. Senadia. Forced them to move at the speed and in this orbit. How'd the planet capture him?
もし捉えられずに楽栄1、楽栄2という名を与えられてなかったら、その2つの星はどっちもどこまでも深くて広大な星空の中で自由な軌道を描いてたんだね。
They would have wandered through the starry sky. If they had never been captured, and never received the names Luo 1 and Luo 2, for one of them could have wandered on freely in the incomparably deep and vast starry sky. The stars further represent Layla and Senadia in some ways, but there's also, I think, civilization and the star talk again.
やはりレイラは賢いな。セナディア、君もソファーのぬくもりが恋しくなってきたのか？
Nana is trying to get it back now to the sofa. How could you say that? It was all a bait. No. Little Layla was so smart. Senadia, are you starting to miss the warmth of the sofa too?
ただちょっと意外だったの。ナナがこういう話をしてくれるのって初めてだから。
I'm just a little surprised. This is the first time you've ever shared such thoughts with me. Nana.
もっと聞きたいなら少し考えをまとめる時間が必要だ。だが今は帰らなければ。レイラも一緒に帰ろう。寝る前に夜食が欲しいから作ってくれないか？
Dun, dun, dun. I love the mannerism and the movement of the face, like I was saying. The expression, the feeling. It matches the music so well as well. Yeah, you see her eyes darting to the corner. There's details and he closes her eyes, so I think people won't notice those little nuances. But they're very much there. And most people won't notice them and say, like, you have to catch them in that moment to really capture some of the details. At least for me. If you want to hear more, please give me some time to gather my thoughts. But for now, I must go home. Little Lelio coming along too. I want a late night snack before bed, and you can make it for me.
どうして私が
Wait. Well, why should I think, maybe? That's what it sounded like to me. She instinctively wanted to refuse, given all her issues with Nahara. But a mere glance from Nahara prompted her to accept this rather baffling request. In an instant.
先に言っておくけど、私はセナディアほど料理上手じゃないから、もしうっかり金色のゼリーを茶色く焦がしちゃって、匂いや味が変になっても、捨てずに全部食べてもらうよ。
Let's get this straight. My cooking isn't as good as Senadia's. If that lump of golden jelly is accidentally cooked into a brown sludge that smells and tastes terrible, you're not allowed to waste it. You have to eat it all. I hope you wouldn't put Nana through an idiot indigestion, but you know. Just a thought.
あんまりナナを困らせないでね。
Don't be too hard on Nana. Agreed. Nana's been through a lot. Don't be too hard on Nana.
セナディアが早く戻ってきてくれたら、少しだけ手伝ってあげてもいいよ。私、まだセナディアと話がしたいから。
Senadia, if you can come back sooner, I can actually help her out a little. I still want to chat with you.
約束だよ。
Alright, I promise. Are you gonna keep that promise? We'll see. Never promise, Sana, never promise. Yeah, I see, there's that expression of it. I've been paying attention, like... He's got something on her mind. Oh, why's her hand up? She's like... Oh, she's waving, I think, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, there it is. That pained expression. Someone else watching you, or are you just stewing in your own thoughts and struggling? An ordinary night. The friend that stayed with her for so many years. And the child that she raised by her own hands. And a rare resonance in the same topic. For those two who constantly bickered over trivial matters, it was a cause for celebration. But I assume it hurts you in some ways. Not sure in what way, but it definitely does hurt you in some way, I think. Yeah, you can see like crestfallen or how deeply she's thinking on it. However, accompanying this relief was a boundless melancholy that coursed through her.
現実の反面と現実を映し出す予言。夢って一体どっちかな。
A question of pondering to consider, to ponder. Again, it is a lot better. We have a lot more expressive models than what we've gone through. Honkai Impact third story. It's lovely to see the growth. And it definitely helps. Nice to see there's changes, just like with Nahara and stuff, like it said. Like they said, I mean. On to the next question.
現実の反面と現実を映し出す予言。夢って一体どっちかな。
Are dreams truly the opposite of reality? Or the most honest prophecy are there? Dreams are just another form of reality that I think you can see as its own world or space in miHoYo's works. And the memories in it, or the things that then maybe help someone become something, or think a certain way, or gain a new insight, or philosophically think about something, has meaning and is like two worlds intersecting. Reality and the dream. That's why I think, again, you've got the gap, you know, between dreams and reality. Or the border and so on. Like the Mistle and stuff as well, and the Moon Arc, and Project Stigma, and many, many other forms of sharing dreams and reality. You calling it an honest prophecy is a very interesting wording, but again makes sense because of the context. Well, not this context, but in terms of like when you talk about like time and stuff. Are dreams truly the opposite of reality? Or the most honest prophecy are that? What do you mean by honest prophecy? Even an omnipotent god could only glimpse a sliver of the answer through the cracks of time. You're calling it omnipotent. Interesting.
結局自分の気持ちをうまく隠せなかったみたい。
In the end, I still couldn't hide my feelings.
彼女たちの反対方向に行ってみよう。
I'll head the other way from them. Feels like there's that division again, being a god and being not gods. I really like the visuals as well, saying like, even an omnipotent god could only glimpse a sliver of the answer through the cracks of time. I really, really like that line. I don't know. Oh. Because you can see I quite like cracks and symbolism like that. I quite like the idea of pieces, fragments. They're very like inspirational, but they're also very relatable, I think, with the difficulties in life and maybe the mental marks you go through. Or physical, you actually suffer injury, but you know. I find it such an abstract and important thing to think about. That's like glass, obviously, you know. I like reflections, refractions, and stuff like that in terms of glass and other stuff. Hence the mirror, you know, mirror being I am. And yeah, mirrors and reflections and projections. Not just saying words, because all these things have to do with each other to some extent. I'll head the other way from them. Take a walk to ease the emotions left by your dream. Yeah, the mark that we're speaking about at the start of this chapter. to, you know, fully go over what is said again at the start of this chapter, but also pin while I'm at it. There it is. Things that you forget after waking up, people like to call them dreams, but for the things you can't forget after waking up, time likes to turn them into memories. Yeah, it's like an illusion there between memories and then actual memories. Thick with a distinctive scent, yeah, like a mist in a way. So if someone can use a fleeting dream to leave a lasting mark in my memory, then what should I call it? Yeah, how do you define it, basically? Then how about expert? But I think that's a segue into someone else back then. We were obviously reading, I mean. Because obviously that doesn't mean that, I'd say. Take a walk to ease the emotions left by your dream. So that is the dream then. That's the dream reality. This is what you and... So is it just a dream manifestation then, this Senadia? This one here. Stars were born in a dream. Essentially. Yeah, it's like a fog. It's clearer. I like that. That's very symbolic. Like, it's very fadey and foggy, and then becomes really clear. Like reality. Like memories. But I now do believe this could all have just been in the dream. But that doesn't mean stuff in it isn't also connected to Senadia. And there's probably still some truth in aspects to it, but it might be a bit like mist and mirrors in some ways. Smoke and mirrors. Again, aspects of the truth. Metaphorical, like, representations of certain things. I just had a totally... and very fragmented as well. Just like dreams can be. I just had a totally brilliant idea, but I'm going to need you to set aside a week to help me out. The voice in the dream seems to be silent for some reason, though. Hey, don't frown just yet. It's a 1 in a million chance to be chosen by the interstellar traveler. Listen up, on the blue planet near Luoxing. Oh, near Luoxing. What? Earth? Listen up, on the blue planet near Luoxing, a grand tournament held once every 10 years is about to begin. I've considered our strengths and weaknesses. I need you to help me gather 3 more team members. And this sounds like the 10 Shoes War thing, or is this where the idea comes from? Or is it from like Neptune or one of the ice giants? Like, where is this blue planet? One needs to be better at games than I am, so they can help me with teaching. One needs to be meticulous and reliable, so they can coordinate well with you. As for the last one, I'm hoping for the master of manipulation, who can turn the tables in any game. Meticulous and reliable. I don't know if I classically tossed as meticulous and reliable, but maybe. Unless she meant that for dreams, I mean, Layla. So they can coordinate well with you. As for the last one, I'm hoping for a master of manipulation, who can turn the tables on any game. That just reminds me of a song.
前の二人はわかるけど、最後の条件って詐欺師みたいじゃない？
Yeah, there you go.
万が一のことがあったら。
It was, I think, supposed to be Songshi. As you know, Songshi's real name is actually, like, Maria. So we know that that name came from Loxing at one point. So it probably came from this person maybe they're speaking about that actually did have the name. Songshi. Came from the Phoenix continent. The name, not herself. So maybe the one who did look like her. Well, maybe there wasn't who still looked like her. That'd be interesting. We never got any confirmation on that, so yeah. I get the first two, but isn't the last one just a con artist? Aren't you afraid though? And Ajita could also be, I guess, one they're referring to as well. The master manipulator stuff.
だからあなたが必要なの。もし罠にかかっても二人で傷の舐め合いができるでしょ。どう？完璧な夫人だと思わない？もう眉を潜める理由なんてないはずだよ。
That's why I need you. Even if we get scammed, at least we'll be suffering together. Well, what do you think? Won't you make the perfect team? Let's see you try to find a reason to frown this time. For a god, there were simply far too many reasons why she couldn't easily help out. Yes, there is like some sort of barrier, isn't there? Or some sort of things you can't do that can influence things, that can affect stuff, that can cause problems.
もし二人とも普通の人として育ってたら、私と彼女は友達の頼みを笑顔で引き受けられたのにな。
So that dream does represent all the things you couldn't do or fulfill, and your wishes. That's really sad. I think that's what it's saying. If we'd just grown up like ordinary people. Bit of Keanu and May there, a bit of that idea there, growing up as ordinary people. She and I could have both agreed to help out a friend out, with smiles on our faces. Dive into a childhood full of games, accompanied by parents. To swim onto the shores of youth, with joy and yearning. To run recklessly toward the dense forest of adulthood. Going over and over, then crying and getting back up again. That's a really beautiful way of describing a journey of life. But also how daunting and how difficult it can be. What do you feel for you, Senna? To dive into a childhood full of games accompanied by parents, to swim into the shores of youth with joy and yearning. Yeah, and these are important, all these emotions, these words. To run recklessly toward the dense forest, yeah, it's like down the hill and stuff, of adulthood. Going over and over, and crying and getting back up again and again. Cycle. Even if no god will ever solve your problems, You stubbornly make countless wishes like with the wishing tree. Both greedy and humble. The wishing tree in your heart. Okay, it goes back to the heart then. That makes sense. It's your desire, your sprout of wishing, what the sprout or the wish can grow into. Add to the wishing tree. Yeah. Time may not guarantee a yield of sweet fruit from these wishes. But it is still a tree planted by your own hands. Perhaps it is neither strong nor lush, but it is enough shelter for every respite and every unspoken worry. That's a really beautiful way of putting it. But it also has some deeper meaning, I feel, as well, potentially. Time, again, is being talked about. And tree and a heart. Well, a wishes tree more. It's still a tree planted by your own hands. Yeah, and the path you walk and grow as. So it is neither strong nor lush, because you have weaknesses and you struggle. But it is enough shelter for every respite and every unspoken worry. Where fear and relaxing, soothing, all gather, all a part of your heart, your complicated grey heart, full of different colours and emotions and essence. Only in such dreams could the god be free of agonising over the two options. You do live more in the dreams than in reality to some extent. You wanted a better alternative. You couldn't have that better alternative in the end. A choice had to be made, to be branched between. Because it could only be the opposite of reality. Makes sense, yeah. Gap between dreams and reality.
大丈夫って言いたいけど、
Oh, it's gone night.
正
Ooh,
直
that's
ちょ
symbolic.
っとだけ羨ましいな。
Although I want to say it's alright. I want to say it's alright. I'm actually a teeny bit envious. That was really cool. Went from day to night then. To represent like that fluctuation of emotions. The day and night of the god, you know, and stuff. Layla and Senadia. Did give me such strong feeling then. Take a walk to ease the emotions left by your dream. Yeah, it's getting darker. Ooh, that's very dark actually. Oh, it's like shadows are encompassing everything. But then you see the lights and the auroras shining through the dark. Shadow and light needing both one. This is quite dangerous with the orange. Oh, the auroras are pretty with this lighting. The moons, the trees, the silhouettes. Oh, it's a walk now. First you're able to walk a bit more, I think. Now you have to... Now you really are walking. Oh. These people weren't here, I don't think.
ご夕食は孫娘の夜食に焼き鳥を買ってきたんです。よろしければ召し上がっていきませんか。
Take a walk to ease the emotions left by your dream. That doesn't tell me anything though. I didn't get to hear what she said. It was in Japanese. Maybe it's... Maybe it's intended to just not be clear what's being said. Yeah, it's getting more foggy, it's getting harder. Okay, that makes sense. This is very, very well done. I would have liked to have the subtitles a bit, but I get why they're not there. The absence of them, the emptiness. They're trying to escape from reality, go back to the dream. Good evening, Lady Senadia. Ceylin pushed the spirit travel box aside with effort. The light that was blocked by the top of the box spilled down and painted a warm hue on the god's clothes. Yeah, it brought light into her world. It let her come back. It let her come back from trying to leave reality. Layla had a bit of this as well, to be honest, so it's fitting that they both have this, honestly. I'm glad it's not just Layla with this issue. Yeah, I feel for them both. I'm not saying I want to have problems. I'm just saying like it's very, very, very fitting. It does make your heart ache for them. I need to eat something. I think I need a food break. Yeah. I need some food. We will continue, but I need some food. So I'll just let me put something here. Going to go eat and drink. Be back in 25 30 minutes, depending on how I am. And feel like 2-3 more hours probably. We'll see. Anyway. See you in a bit. Alright, let's continue. I didn't realize there was no music playing the entire time. We are back. Punch another 2 hours. Maybe 3. Salem pushed the spirit travel box aside with effort. The light that was blocked by the top of the box spilled down and painted a warm hue on the god's clothes.
こんばんは。じゃないよ。セリン、生活リズムを整えるって約束してくれたよね。
Back in reality now, are we Senna? Reopen that. Yeah, we are. I wish I'd pressed it. I thought there was some music playing. Oh. Sorted now. I'm fed now as well. Had some nice crab with some garlic mayo sandwiches. And I had a nice dessert, like a banoffee-like dessert. So that was nice. Sorry, it took like 40 minutes. That was not on my plan. But then again, I'm not rushing eating. I did it in the past a bit, but I don't do it anymore. My health comes first, just like anyone should. You know, same with anyone like watching or doing the stream themselves. I always recommend to take care of yourself. You know, there is 30-40 minutes, something missing. It's much better if you look after yourself. Then do it 4 or 5 hours after, then you need to look after yourself. Right, we can get back to it now. Thank you for all waiting. Good evening, but it's also not a good evening. Celine, you promised you'd fix your sleep schedule. Did she? The god pointed to the tester recruitment poster on the wall.
深夜4時までテスターを募集してるってどういうこと？まさか6時に寝て10時から仕事に行くつもり？
The latest test doesn't end until 4 a.m. Were you planning to sleep at 6 then go straight to work at 10? 4 hours. Just like 4 a.m. Interesting. Wait, no. 6. My bad. 6 tasks. Anyway.
いいえ、次からはじゃなくて次なんてありませんよ。この後すぐ帰って明日の昼まで寝ますから。
I'm glad that we got introduced to Salem and they are like using her more. That makes me happy. I won't do this next time. No, there won't be a next time. Today I'll head back early today and wake up super late. That's right, you gotta look after yourself. Who's speaking about this? Very interesting chapter. It's really giving you the culture of Defang, which, don't get me wrong, Lang, Chu and Reimu did do, but this fella is getting a lot more time to focus on some things. Although, there isn't also a crisis happening at the same time in some ways, outside of some other points, so it's probably easier to fit it in. And I also appreciate with miHoYo's stories, they really do try and... There's patterns and there's similar stuff, obviously, but they really do try and make every civilization different. You can find things if you pick at it and look at it enough, but they're all very different stories, and they're really enjoyable. There's similarities. Every story is unique. I also love the design. Really cool design, honestly. I'd love a character that kind of looked like her, honestly, that's like playable, but There's not a lot they can use this for, unfortunately.
よろしい。じゃあ帰って寝る前に近況を聞かせてくれない？
It's more like it. But before you head home to sleep, can you tell me what you've been up to lately?
最近は夢の中にいる被験者の意識をより早く分裂させてアベベに入れられるかどうかを研究しているんです。
Good old Ababes. This is also a continuation because this is obviously Senna after what she said in chapter 10, no, 11, part 2. So this is a continuation, so you get to have more of Seylin's story as well. Lately, I've been researching whether dreaming testers can achieve consciousness separation faster and enter Ababes. Is this going to connect into the dream seeker system in some way? I wouldn't be surprised. Because a lot of like dreaming tests make it feel like that. Maybe she was like head of the line of like some of the people that set up the dream seeker system.
まだ推測でしかありませんが、夢の持つ可能性の中に意識に強い刺激を与えられる要素があるのではないかと思っています。
It's just a conjecture, but I believe that within the possibilities encompassed by dreams, I like how they're doing this, that I like also while they talked about the topic, they talked about the story for Senna. There might exist some potential to strongly stimulate the consciousness. Go on.
もし母の心に響く夢を見つけられれば、心の海に沈んだ意識を再び浮上させられるかもしれません。
Yeah, because your mum's got some sort of part of her consciousness has got like stuck in a way, hasn't it? That's not the exact part of it. There was another word, but unless you say it, I do not remember it. As long as I can find a dream, as long as I can find a dream that's super effective against Mum. I'm able to bring her consciousness, currently submerged deep in her soul, back to the surface. Again, consciousness, the soul, Otto, you know. That's not what I meant to do. Anyway. I really like when they talk about the soul, their unconsciousness. It very much fits their works.
それで、神様。来週半日、いいえ、1時間だけでも進捗を見に来てくださいませんか？根本的な解決には至らなくても、私にどこまでできるのか、ぜひ見ていただきたくて。神様がいらっしゃれば、もっと。
So, Lady Senadia, could you spare half a day next week? No, an hour to check on my progress. Even if my research hasn't achieved a fundamental breakthrough yet, I still want you to witness how far I've come. If you were present, I would feel more... Okay, she'll say no, or she might say yes, but she doesn't want the god to always have to be there for you to then do something. She wants you all to be able to grow by yourselves and live your own lives. As well as look after yourselves. She wants to see you shine like stars. Ceylon stopped speaking, for she suddenly realised she was making a mistake. What is it, a mistake? She was trying to get a god to grant her a contradictory wish, especially demanding emotional validation from a god, just so she could keep going. Could anything be more selfish than that? Oh, definitely. It's definitely more selfish. Oh, I know what you mean by the weight of it being how selfish. I don't blame her, though. Senna's happy to grant that request, though. I think.
落星の神の名をもって甘える権利を与えよう。
In the name of the goddess of Luoxing, I grant you the right to act spoiled. But you must fix your sleeping pattern. I assume there'll be conditions.
Seri, 1時間なんて足りなくない？いっそちゃんとスケジュールを決めちゃおうや。そうだね。親友箱の進捗確認とセリンの気分をチェックする日なんてどう？
Oh, she really is kind. Celine, an hour isn't nearly enough. Why don't we just set a date and call it Spiral Travel Box Progress Update and Celine Mood Check Day?
そうすれば、私を誘うときに何を話せばいいか毎回悩まなくて済むでしょ?
This way you won't need to feel stressed about what to say every time you want to invite me over in a natural way. Oh, she's smiling. That's so sweet. I'm happy she's smiling. It must be hard for her. Go on. What next? Watching Ceylin's retreating figure, the god let out a quiet sigh of relief. Yeah, she's got a lot on her mind. You're strong, Senna. I don't blame you for, like, nearly breaking.
よかった。やっと日付の話を切り出せた。
Great! I finally managed to bring up setting up a date.
次に会うときは、この日を迎えられたお祝いだから絶対受け取ってねって言って栄養ドリンクを持っていこうかな。きっと彼女のことだから口では約束しても家に帰ったらまた夜更かしするだろうし。
Next time we meet, I'll bring some supplements over with the excuse that you have to accept this to celebrate the occasion. Even if she promised me she wouldn't, she'll definitely stay up late after she gets home. She knows her people well.
レイラだけだよ。簡単に言うことを聞いてくれるのは。背が伸びなくなっちゃうよって言えばすぐ寝てくれるんだもん。セリンみたいな年頃の子は難しいよね。
She sees every person, anybody like her. You know, children that like, even though they're not children, she sees them like that. She's the goddess of the nation. Well, of Dethang. Loxing. Really? That's not helpful. There we are. Let's continue. Little Lily's the easiest to coax. Tell her she won't grow tall if she doesn't sleep, and she goes to bed without fuss. Children say Lynn's age, on the other hand, are the most difficult. Is that an alarm? What alarm is it? Go home alarm? Sorry. Yeah, but no, need to. Okay, we're good now. Let's continue. Find the source of the strange noise. Yeah, what was the beep 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 beep? Oh, it's the alarm. Oh, it's Wasia. And the Emporium bot. Having an argument? I know people are panicking. Is there a disaster on right now? Oh no. It's just you. You always panic. I forgot that. You're scared of the dog for some reason. Yeah, it's all normal. No disasters happening at the moment. Daijing and Wei Luo. Stop.
このままじゃ家政科を受験しても難しいでしょう。教育支援科に変更することをお勧めします。超高速パン生地で居眠りする生徒を叩き起こせるあなたならきっと重宝されますよ。
Is it Wei Luo? Probably because Luoxing. If you keep this up, you won't pass the housekeeping class assignment. But you could try for the teaching assistant class. Flinging super high velocity dough to wake up dozing students is sure to win you rave reviews. Looks like the Emporium, but Anoxia. Robot.
ああ、あなたたちだったんだね。ロボットアシスタント養成科のデセとエーラ。さっきの音、デセが出してたの？
Actually, I think there were two during that event, weren't they? Flying dogs here, I think. But it was obviously... Oh no. Oh yeah, Weijia. I forgot the other one's name was. Oh, it's you two, the AI assistant class trainees. Daixing and Weiluo. Did that sound come from you, Daixing?
はい、神様。頻繁にガスコンロを消し忘れちゃうから、20分おきにアラームが鳴るよう設定したんです。でも、その5時間後の今になって、ようやく下校時間になっちゃったことを思い出しまして。
I like them just go to like another like flashlight thing, or you know, human. They went towards like an AI or a robotic type thing, or something that is a different life form. And Senna still shows interest. I appreciate that. Yes, Lady Senna dear. I always forget to turn off the stove, so I ordered my alarm to go off every 20 minutes. But it wasn't until 5 hours later, just now, that I remembered class was already over.
私たちは最初に製造されたロボットアシスタントです。なので、後から生産される同系の仲間たちは皆、私たちのプログラムを参考にして作られます。これ以上ガスコンロの火やアラームを忘れ続けたら、
We were the first batch of AI assistants to be manufactured. All subsequent units of the same model have their programming based on ours. If you keep forgetting to turn off the stove, and keep forgetting to turn off your alarms, you'll get replaced, maybe? Not efficient enough? Broken? Don't blame the robot. Don't blame the life form.
あなたは記念館に閉じ込められ、同型が存在しない唯一のロボットアシスタントとして、その手にあるノートとともに人々の見せ物になってしまいますよ。
I don't think Senna would allow that to happen. Weiluo. You'll be locked away in the memorial hall as the sole remaining specimen of this AI assistant model. Put on display for all to see along with that notebook in your hand. Alright, let me use their methods, it's fine. Chill.
ノート。そんなことになったら、王土に争いが勃発しますよ。でもそうしたら、ガスコンロを消し忘れても、誰も気にしなくなるっていうメリットもありますね。
That's a worrying thing to say, and ominous. That would certainly become the fuse that would destroy D-Thang. But that's fine too. Because no one will care whether I turned off the stove or not. That's worrying. Someone needs to give this robot a talk.
待って、争いってところをもっと詳しく。
Technology advancing, perhaps? Or being slowed? Possibility? It makes sense of Honkai as well. Hold on. Tell me more about this fuse that will destroy D-Thang. I know it might be trying to make me not take this seriously, but I'm generally taking this quite seriously, this little part here. I'm taking it all seriously, but you know what I mean.
1時間前に奇妙な文字が書かれた紙切れを十数枚入手したんです。差出人も宛名も書かれていなくて、紙切れを届けに来た人たちは空から足元に降ってきたと言ってました。
But these just the... Oh no, I'm thinking of another character. So like, isn't that just what Senna does? But no, that's what Ningguang does in Genshin. That's not the same thing. An hour ago, we obtained a dozen or so slips of paper. There's strange writing on them. They were without signatures or addresses. However, everyone who turned them in claimed that the notes fell from the sky, landing right at their feet.
だから住民を不安にさせないように、私とデセはこの件を公表せずにノートに記録して明日の定例報告を待つことにしたんです。
Considering they might cause panic among the residents, we didn't make the matter public. Instead, we filled the notes in the ledger and decided to wait for tomorrow's routine report. Makes sense?
目の前に神様がいらっしゃいますから、本件は直接引き継ぎする方針にしてもいいんじゃないですか?
Have the eyes for these. Since Lady Senadia is right in front of us, why don't we just hand the task over to her? This robot's daring. Robotic life form, I mean. Either way. You know what I mean. Is there a reason that didn't do anything then? Or is it just do a Senate of silence first? Ah. Readable. Listener's note. High above the city, it seems someone has recorded various heartfelt thoughts in slips of paper. Is it the wishing tree? For some reason, they have tossed them down, only to be picked up by Luoxing's AI assistants Wei Luo and Deijing. From someone sitting alone by the sea. Ha! Getting paid is the best feeling! Finally, I can swap out those 5th hand or 6th hand parts from my inspiration accelerator. So that'll be 0. So good, haha! Even though I'll be living on instant noodles for another month. I have enough spare change for the sausage, right? Even if I can't afford it, there's nothing I can do. When I throw out the trash, Salem's gonna see a huge pile of instant noodle packaging again. Thinking about it scares me. Yeah, because he cares, that makes sense. Because he wants to be with her, I feel. And he also wants to help her. And her mother. She's definitely gonna flip out this time. But whatever, she needs to learn to take care of herself first before she lectures me. Definitely true. Then once you've both made it big, swapping a new part should make it work, right? How many times do I have to test this? Phew. Let's keep going, Zero. At least don't trouble our goddess. It's just a bottleneck. You can get through this. This is a cool readable. From someone tidying up a rental home. So many rejections today. Couldn't have gotten my hopes up with my build. There's no way I'd get those laborious jobs. I don't know who this is. So maybe like one of the because I see the strike team stuff, so I'd assume it could like one of the people of the strike team. I forgot his name though. What else can I do? The Rift Strike team? I could follow Lord Litos to the border. Or is this Botu? That way I can also lighten the load for Senadia, or this be someone else actually. Kator? Maybe Kator. Oh, I'm such an idiot. The first rejection letter I got was from the Rift Strike team. I must be really pathetic. Bah, pull yourself together. If you want to make it, you have to train harder. Joining the team is far more meaningful than having them protect me. Although Lady Senadia has never allowed me to think that way. Gosh, I can still sleep for 4 hours. Round it off and it's basically the same as not sleeping at all. I'll go drop on my resume at the tickets company Botu recommended in the morning. Is it just Jujian? Jujian? The green hair one. What was it? What was it they sell again? Wonder trackers? From someone standing on the stage giggling foolishly, is this no response? Is there like blank dots to imply what's the word? Like a pause, a pondering, or like, you know, like an okay, that makes sense, like type of thing, like process. From someone standing on the stage giggling foolishly. Finally, I'm done writing. Yes, this is it. It's going to be a perfect performance. Yeah, that's Spirit Vision. That's Theodore, I think. Ha! Are you going to reprimand me? Just the thought of it makes me shiver with excitement. No, I must calm myself down. As long as they, every citizen, every life, every breeze here, become utterly captivated by you. Because of this, I am willing to accept any punishment from you. Oh, goddess who led our family away from the monsters and rifts with such a majestic bearing. I want you all to witness. I'll make you all see. Someone's sorting letters at a desk. This is a letter from Tebia. We received the talent show photos that Botu took for Quilio. The back is filled with praise and many well wishes for good health. Such pride and relief and also the sharing joy with the god. There are also wishes for the god's health and peace. How wonderful. I'm going to write it all down in my notebook so I can tell Senadia when she wakes up. This is Layla then. Yeah. Because the letters and stuff and the notes. Yeah. What a strange feeling. No one treated Senadia as a friend in this manner, always showing happiness so easily. Instead of making her shoulder everything, would she be free of such exhaustion? I should set up the next letter first. Was it not lit? Was it not? From Sunday he gazed at the stars and then silently went home. Nahara, I can see the jelly already. It's still early. I should take little Layla to buy some spicy red dipping sauce. It'll go well with the burnt jelly. I'll buy some snacks while I'm at it. Senadia might get hungry when she gets back, and I can give some to little Layla as a late night snack as well. The wind is making it a little cold. Remind you not to come back too late, Senadia. There are also many, many small notes that quietly record the hidden stirrings of this land, Yellowwalk sang, capturing the second joys and sighs, as if eager to recount these concealed emotions to whoever finds them. Look how robotic they sound. Sounds a bit different now. In my judgment, that's someone's inner voice.
私もです。それを証明するためにも、5秒前に超高速パン生地で叩き落とした証拠をお見せしましょう。
That's the dough thing Wailua was speaking about to Daijin. I concur, and I hereby present the evidence I knocked down 5 seconds ago, using high-velocity dough.
永遠に理解できないのでしょうね。その私欲のない寛容さこそが私を悩ませているのだと。
Text on the note. You will never know, but it's precisely your selfless generosity that leaves me at a loss for words. Hmm.
それなのに今、私は自分が軽蔑してきた神に利己的な願いを投げた者たちと同じように深い喜びを感じてしまっているんです。
Use the wishes to their god, and this is Salen. And yet, in this very moment, just like every individual, I have despised for making selfish wishes to our god. I feel a profound joy at being heard, of being helped, of being spoiled, of being cared about and loved.
ごめんなさい。そしてありがとうございます。
I'm sorry, and thank you.
甘えていいって言ったばかりなのに。本当に世話の焼ける子なんだから。
Even if you give her permission to be spoiled, she's still gonna feel things. You are still a god at the end of the day. There will always be that barrier. And people also don't want to take advantage of you or think displease you. They truly appreciate all you've done for them. I just gave her permission to be spoiled by me. She really is a handful.
ありがとう。これをばらまいた犯人が誰なのかも分かった気がするよ。
Thanks, you two. I think I know who's responsible for leaving those slips of paper everywhere. Celine? Layla? What are you thinking about, Senna? Oh, the light of faith. The one we saw on the tower. What a beautiful light. Let's keep going.
これでよしっと。
Should do it. So you are using like your authority to grant, I think, the wishes of your people. You are using your authority to also push back the sea and other stuff. You are extinguishing yourself probably, or your essence, and using it as some sort of cost. I assume from the light coming off you. Should do it.
久しぶりだね。ずっと落星に寄り添って私たちを見守ってくれた最初の楽園。
Long time no see. You've always been with Luoxing. Watching over as the original moon of Luoxing. Moon? Long time no see. The original moon? You've been to the moons themselves. Were they something once? Go on. Yeah? I'd say I'm a bit confused. No one's there. Or are you getting confused again between dreams and reality, even if, you know, there's an aspect of reality?
やっぱりいつもの方法で行くしかないみたい。
Looks like we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Go on.
セラ
Sarah? She's like the original moon? Alright, that threw me for a loop. Long time no see, you've always been with Luoxing, watching as the original moon of Luoxing. Sarah? Long time no see, you said.
Sarah ちゃん
Little Sarah?
恥ずかしがり屋で可愛くて素直でいい子な私のセラちゃんはどこにいるのかな
Where's my super shy, incredibly cute and well-behaved little Sarah? You stop shouting, Senone-chan. That's an interesting outfit. I'm wondering about you. That's a really cool outfit. Why aren't you playable yet? Come on, miHoYo, please. Her and Ajita are literally the only shoes you haven't made playable. There is no reason. You made Grisio and Grisio playable. Why is Seraphim not playable outside of an astral op? Come on. Frustrating. It's why as much as I want to roll for like the new character right now, I just don't have the feeling to. I want other characters first. Hope in future we get some of these. I would really definitely like. I really like Seraphim. She's a really cool character. Yeah, like the orb thing here. What's the perception about you, this? And yeah, I could see a bit of a moon, I guess. This does mean something to do with Trinity, I think. The symbol. I love that. Yeah, she's quite moon-like, actually. This is such a cool outfit. I remember seeing this in 70X part 2. It's been a while. I do like a blue colour scheme a lot, though. It's hard to beat that for me. Though, this is really good, like the branches in a way, and the gold, and the blackish purple. A very different look. Gotcha. The sad music's on again. The rain is pouring. Yeah, I like Seraphim. They're a very interesting character. I do get sad about it, it's just why do you do these streams as well, and why do you write down notes? Is like, I never can fully write everything I want to put in a note. I try, but it's only in the moment when I have certain thoughts, or when I want to like put something. I do try, but like I'd be taking these chapters even longer if I did that too much. So I try and do it after the stream, but it means I will forget little details. But that's why I can rewatch stuff and stuff. It's not an issue. But at times I don't feel like I get to really get to say everything I want to say, either on the stream or maybe in a discussion. There's always more I want to say. But I guess it's never ending for me a bit. Gotcha.
セナお姉ちゃん、こんなに早く会えるなんて思わなかったよ。だって前の大事な用事を終わらせてからまだそんなに時間が経ってないし。
Senone-chan, I thought we wouldn't meet again so soon. After all, it has only been a short while since we last accomplished something important. The god smiled, taking out the ledger she had just received. The pages fluttered open, and the slips of paper tucked within returned to Seraphim's palms. Palm like birds flying to their roosts. Yeah, we have seen them do like butterflies or like paper-like creations, haven't we? And then bookworm stuff.
あら、これも大事な用事でしょ？みんなの心の声が書かれたこのメモ。これ、私が前回出した宿題に対するセラの答えなんだよね。
This also maybe pushed her more towards wanting to connect to people more, needing to read their thoughts, have complete sincerity, no secrets. Is this also partly what pushed it? Interesting. I can see the development of it here as well a bit more. I can see it back then, obviously I didn't talk about it then as well, but this is definitely another push, I think, that took her this direction. See? Isn't this important? I bet all these little slips of paper filled with everyone's inner voices are your answer to the assignment I left you last time.
心の声は本音に一番近い言葉でしょ。だからみんなの心の声を理解して、それを正しい形で正しい人に伝えられれば、みんな幸せになれる。
Yes, one's inner voice is the language closest to the heart. As long as I can understand everyone's inner voice and relay it to the right person in the right way. What is the right way, though? Everyone can attain happiness. On paper, maybe, yeah.
私もセナお姉ちゃんが名前をくれた時からお姉ちゃんの気持ちがわかるようになったの。 他の人たちの心の声も耳を澄ませば聞こえてくる。
Did Senna partly grant the ability she's got? From the moment you gave me my name, you gave my name to me. I've been able to sense your emotions. And if I listen closely, I can hear everyone else's inner voices too. Yeah, that's the other deeper union. I see how the whole issue of union thing happened. It was her talent, but she was also kind of not gifted it, but connected to something probably with Senna, probably. That's cool if that's the case as well. It goes all about the Senna. And the Astral Ring. Everything else.
だからみんなにはセナお姉ちゃんみたいに言葉にできない思いを抱えすぎて後悔したり悲しんだりしてほしくないんだ。
So I don't want everyone else to be like you, feeling regret and sorrow, because they've hidden too many of their feelings. Not just hidden them, she's also hiding in like a dream in a way. She's not always facing reality, which isn't wrong, but it will affect her.
セラちゃん。
Little Sarah-chan.
みんなの力になりたいけど、セナお姉ちゃんの心の声だけは誰に伝えたらいいのかわからない。
I want to help everyone. But when it comes to your inner voice, Senna, I don't know who I should relay it to.
ナハラお姉ちゃんじゃきっと食べ物と間違えて食べちゃうよね。レイラお姉ちゃんだとセナお姉ちゃんよりもっと後悔して悲しんじゃいそう。リトストおじさんはまだそんなに仲良くないし。
If I give the slip of paper to Nahara, she'd eat it like a noodle. If I give it to Layla, she'd feel more regret and sorrow than you. Foreshadowing much? And as for Uncle Leetost, I don't know him that well. See, so at this point, you don't know him that well. But in the future, you know him a lot more. Interesting. Okay. Makes sense that her and Leetos go back this far. Very much so.
「リトストはまだおじさんって年じゃないよ。それはともかく、やっぱり神様の心の声が書かれてる紙は私とあなた二人だけの秘密にしよう。
Oh, he's not that old
あと
yet.
セラちゃんの心の声も聞かせてほしいな。
Oh, he's not that old yet. And then said something like Uncle Leetost. No, despite I said Leetost and Oji-sama said the old part. I've got an idea. Let's keep this slip of paper filled with the innermost thoughts of a god. There's a little secret between you and me. In exchange, I want to know what's on your mind too. She doesn't hide her mind though, does she? I guess she does in a way, but not in the same way.
私の心の声？
What's on my mind?
うん。知りたいの。私やみんなの心の声を聞いて、あなたの心に響いたのはどんな声？
That's
そ
true.
の声をどんな人に届けたいと思ってる？
That's true. What are your words? What are your thoughts? What do you want to say to Senadia? To anyone? What do you feel after receiving all these thoughts, or, you know, Senas? Yep, I'm curious after hearing about what my and everyone else's hearts have to say. What does your own heart have to say? I love the way it's talking about the heart. And who do you want to relay those words to? If there are any.
もしよかったら、あなたの心の声を書き出してみない？簡単な一言でいいの。詩や物語。あ、そうだ、物語。
He's trying to give her a direction that the Thousand Night God, you know, remember writer we see in future, can probably take. Well, at least in the fake world in chapter 4 part 2. But still, you know that Seraphim in future likes the library and likes reading. I was gonna write Songsha's story for her. But only accurately, and truthfully, and sincerely. If possible, I hope you write down your inner thoughts. It could be a sentence, a poem, or even a story. Yeah, that's it. A story.
Sarah ちゃんはどんな物語を綴るのかな？すごく楽しみ。もしアイディアが浮かばなかったら、身近な人を素材にしてみてもいいかも。ほら、もう4つもネタがあるでしょ？まあ今のところ合ってるのは私だけだけどね。
Can't wait to see what kind of story you'll write, Sarah. If you're totally out of inspiration, why not look to the people you know best? See? You already have 4 wells of inspiration, like the 4-leaf clover. Although, you've only met me so far. Yeah, the others would be Nahara, Layla, and Utost.
Sena お姉ちゃん、私、準備する時間が必要かも。
Sena お姉ちゃん、I need some time to prepare. Understandable. Stop. The process, or just prepare with what you said?
前に話した図書館のことを覚えてる？私の理想の図書館は無数の心の声の集合体なの。みんなが心の中の疑問に耳を傾けて迷い戸惑いながらも最終的に自分で答えを見つけ出せる場所。
Remember that library I told you about? Yeah, the Tombstone Library that's not named. We definitely saw at least partly Seraphim's, like, cloak or body for a minute. You saw that foot hit the ground as she was running, and we barely saw her. Remember that library I told you about? My ideal library is a collection of countless inner voices. It lets people listen to the questions in their heart, feel the confusion these questions bring, and finally work out the answers on their own. Yep, reaching your own answers, questioning things, and reaching your own personal truths. Your own interpretations, your own direction.
そこでは作者や読んで共鳴した人、そして本そのものが発する声だって聞こえてくるんだ。
Again, we can see how the library became what it became, and a book being like someone's life and wishes. A book and its data, its memories, its information. I haven't told about this in the past. There you'll hear the inner voices of the authors, the inner voices of the readers, resonating with the books, and even the voices of the books themselves. Yeah, and the bookworms.
実はもう考えてるな。図書館を建てる仕事はナナに任せるつもりだよ。そうすればもうソファーで引きこもり生活を続けられなくなるでしょ。セラちゃんも興味があるならナナと一緒にやってみない？
I've already got it all planned out. I'm going to put Nana in charge of building the library. That way she'll have to get off the couch, and out of the house. Little Sarah, if you're interested, you can work with her too. And that's so they could get to know each other, maybe, to some extent. But is Sarah interested? We know she's not the massive social butterfly. We know she uses books as a window to other people's, like, well, existence, meaning, and subjects, and learning. You might be gobbled up by Nahara. Don't worry. Senna, I don't want to be gobbled up by a dragon. I was a bit spoiled that I'd see Seraphim at some point. Which is why I didn't comment in the past during that moment, and I did see like a design in the library. Because I just didn't feel right. But I can say it now. We're past that point now. I have always wanted to learn more about her though. Especially since 70X Part 2. Been a bit. Senna-chan, I don't want to go up by the dragon. By a dragon.
竜は紙切れをばらまく子供やずっと同じ場所に引きこもって他人と関わろうとしないナナみたいな子供が大好きだからね。
Fantastic lies. She's not Layla. This isn't gonna work on her. Dragons love eating kids who litter slips of paper. They also love eating kids who are just like her. Always staying in one place and never hanging out with anyone else. Calling her out a bit. Poor Sarah.
ごめんなさい。
Apologizing.
セナお姉ちゃんやみんなにちゃんと謝りたいから隠しておくつもりだったことを話してもいい？
It's an apology to you and everyone else. I decided, Senna-chan, I decided to confess something I wanted to conceal.
今夜も法要にぴったりな日なんだ。
What form of embrace? Cocoon, maybe? Tonight is once again a perfect time for an embrace. Yeah, I've actually got Cocoon and Finality colours a bit, actually. Interesting. Interesting, Seraphim. Yeah, and you would be someone who would probably be into the idea of, like, the embrace. Oh, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. what you think and interpret from the idea of an embrace. Yeah, what's a successful embrace? I will probably get that one other day, though. You're not going to elaborate what you mean, are you? Alright, then.
セラちゃん、話してくれてありがとう。本当に抱擁を試せるチャンスは一つも逃したくないんだ。いつ次のチャンスが来るかわからないから。
Is that just Seraphim confirming she wants a hug, then? Oh, I guess it's possible. Little Sarah-chan, thank you for being honest. To tell the truth, I don't want to miss any chance I get to give a hug. Who knows how long we'll have to wait for the next time. But there's something else there then, isn't there, you're saying? Can you not give one today?
時間っていうものは神様とその幼い民にとって何よりも大切な宝物だから。
Time. Time for a god and her young subjects. It is the most precious treasure. Yeah, makes sense. But there's got to be more to it outside of that.
セナお姉ちゃんは怖くないの？
Aren't you afraid, Senna?
失敗するたび永遠みたいな痛みを感じちゃうでしょ。レイラお姉ちゃんが幸運のクローバーのまじないをかけてくれても以前のような笑顔を作れないくらいに。
Every failure brings you unending pain. Which failure? That implies multiple. She's been trying to deal with the disaster that keeps striking. But maybe something more as well. Every failure brings you unending pain. Even if Lena used her lucky leaf clover magic, wouldn't be enough to make you smile like before.
「セナお姉ちゃん、今日はもう泣いてるよね。また泣かせちゃうなんて嫌。
Senna-chan, I've already cried once today. I don't want you to cry a second time. Alright. The moist evening breeze blew past the eyes of the god. In an instant, Seraphim's figure blurred, like a dream again. This is just how Sarah kind of vanishes. Interesting. To mask the blurriness of the world, she should have taken half a step back, winked mischievously, and then lifted the corners of her lips. But for some reason, she forgot again. Forgot to do a wink, forgot how she usually would act. She's definitely forgetting stuff, or is losing herself a bit to reality. And more to the dream. There's an element of that. Before her eyes, aside from the damp night, there remained only the question the quiet girl had already answered. Go on. On a night as ordinary as any other, is it worth revealing the unspoken thoughts long buried deep within? Wouldn't revealing it be hard? Wouldn't that go against what she is trying to not do? What's your thoughts, Senna?
セラちゃん、本当は怖いよ。痛いのが怖くてたまらないの。
You made it to the CG with the purple leaves. The one they spoiled at the start of this chapter.
セラちゃん、本当は怖いよ。痛いのが怖くてたまらないの。
Sarah-chan, I'm scared. I really hate pain. But you more hated pain being dealt to others than yourself, I assume? Is that what you're saying? But you're also saying, obviously, you really do struggle with it. What night. What beautiful music and what a beautiful scene. What a deep story. Again, the purple leaves remind me of like the Sea of Data, Sea of, you know, in the corner of the Sea of Quanta. Or the leaf that Luwak singers, being infinitely close, close. To the sea, to the Sea of Quanta on a branch. Analogies, but you know what I mean. Having resistance against the sea, but then that's also deal with the corruption of, like, the Sea of Quanta. I mean, Data. But you know what I mean. Oh, beautiful artwork, though. And the multi-leaves imply, to me, the multiple worlds, maybe? Or everyone is unchanged, maybe, obviously with the other stuff in future. No, the leaves vanishing and fading make me think of a lot of different things. As well as origin. Little Sarah, I'm scared. I really hate pain.
私はヨーヨーで単行部を作っただけで国中が大騒動になるくらいに大泣きしたことがあるんだよ。あの時はいつもは穏やかなお父様が慌てて私にヨーヨー禁止令を出してたな。
Yeah, it was like a metaphorical representation placeholder of you. And it not being about your life at that point. But it's also probably to show like a split. You splitting off from your actual history. Hiding from it as well and putting it into something else. I got hit by a yo-yo once and ended up with a bump that wasn't even that big. But I cried so hard it startled the whole kingdom. Even my calm father panicked and ordered that I never be allowed to touch it again. It was like your friend, it was important to you.
でも、私はもう姫様じゃない。みんなが心の中で念じ続けながら名前を呼ぶ神様なの。
But I'm not a princess anymore. I'm Lady Senadia. That talks about fondly. Everyone talks about fondly and holds dear in their hearts. Indeed. Your position changed. Which I think you're probably happy about in some ways. Maybe not in others.
たとえ不器用で未熟で時には周りを困らせたり心配させたりしてもそれこそが私そして私の成長し続ける民たちなの
All those make you partly who you are, Senna. You've got to keep going forwards, like you say. Even if I'm clumsy, immature, sometimes even troublesome, worrying, that's still who I am. And so am I still growing people. Yep, like trees. Like a forest. Had the analogy before. I really like her as a character.
正しい愛の形は何？正しい愛し方なんてあるの？完璧な答えは誰にもわからないけど、これだけは確かだと思うんだ。愛とは自分の一部を惜しみなく誰かに分け与えること。
What should love be like? And how should I love others? No one can answer these questions perfectly, because there's multiple answers, multiple interpretations, and multiple no overall answer. But there's one thing I'm sure of. For you, your personal truth. Love is sharing a part of yourself with someone else, without reservation.
そんな素朴な愛を私は感じてる。幼い頃から今まで毎日毎時間1分そして1秒までセナディアはずっと感じ続けてきた。
I can feel the simple love. Every day, every hour, every minute of my life. I, Senadia, feel it. Mm-hmm. Heartbeat, like the sea. Sea of fire.
だから私は本当に全知全能の神様になりたくてたまらないの。それが無理ならせめてこの神様らしくない神のちっぽけな願いだけでも叶えてほしいと思ってる。どうしても知りたいんだ。
You really want to become an omniscient and omnipotent god? Similar to Sar, but again different. At the very least, grant me a god, unlike any god. One tiny request. Let me know.
私を愛してくれてる人たちに何を返せばいいのか。そしてどうすれば私の愛する人たちをより良い未来へと導いてあげられるのかを。
How can I repay those who love me? How can I lead the ones I love toward a better future?
なのに今日になるまで私の法要は一度も認められてないんだ。海の侵食にあと何度耐えられるのかもわからない。いつ命が尽きちゃうのかも予測できない。
Until today, interesting. My embrace has never once been accepted. Yep, you're not a successful embrace. I don't know how many more times I can ward off the sea's corruption. Nor do I know when my life will meet its end. Yeah, you can only do so much. You're only one being. The sea isn't even necessarily harming, it's just natural, I guess. But there could be some other silent will or some other criteria, even a higher being maybe to do with it. But we'll have to wait and see. Sea of Data I'm referring to in this case. That obviously isn't a corner of the Sea of Quanta, but you know what I mean. Or an area of the Sea of Quanta that's been transformed, you know, into the Sea of Data. But you know what I mean. Yeah, in the deep, but on a bigger level and a different way. Remember how that affected the city under the water in part 1 stuff? And stuff to do with the Mu continent in previous era. I like how it still kind of comes back to some of that with even the civilization. The similarity, but difference. It's very interesting. But this is different, obviously, because it's a leaf that is on a branch infinitely close, you know, to the Sea of Quanta. Updated, but you know what I mean. Nor do I know my life will meet its end.
それでもやっぱりじっとしてるなんて無理。どの道も間違ってるなら逆に考えてみればどう進んでも構わないってことじゃない？
It's better than picking nothing, isn't it? Unless that actually helps. But that might be what Nahara is also trying to say, saying it's better to maybe pick nothing. You shouldn't interfere. I'm sure there's some truth to that still. But I just can't sit still. If every path is the wrong one, then maybe it also means every path is worth taking. Makes sense, Senna.
私がもっと頑張ってもっと先のことを見通せるようになれば全ての道を整えることができる。その道を選んだ人たちにもっと自信を持って進んでもらえるはずだよ。
I know you would have been like if you had an interferometer like Vita did. Be interesting. But I'm sure it would also have its own problems. Please come back to that lore one day, miHoYo, I'm begging you. Oh, I love it since the AE anti-entropy of Yan. In chapter 38 when you brought it back up. And then every other like point during that chapter, we get to see the word and the context, and I really want you to go back to it. There's so much in the anti-entropy visual novel, that specific subject, and the dollar bill, and Edison, and the potential group of deities, and the 11-dimensional space-time that we do not fully, you know, understand. Like, I want you to explore that more. You may have already explored it more in a sense, just indirectly, and I understand that, and I have already theorized on that, but it's just on my mind. I keep saying words at times like possibilities, or, you know, talking about branching paths, and, you know, potential futures and stuff like that. It all really does point back towards that subject. If I try a little harder... There's more to it, obviously, we're not going over it again. If I try a little harder, look a little further ahead, yep, the future. You have got some sort of, I think, seeing the future, or an aspect of it. Maybe you have got something like an interferometer. Make every path easier to walk. And maybe the people who choose them have more confidence to carve out new paths. You want to trailblaze the paths in a way, and then you want more options to open up thanks to other people's possibilities that they add that you can't add because you've added all you can. You want to see a civilization flourish and continue on without you.
私が神として神職を受け止めることができるなら 民たちが衣食の心配をしなくて済むようにしたいんだ。
If a god is still needed to ward off the corruption, then at least let her people be free from the trivial worries of hunger and cold.
それにレイラが自由に幸せに成長していけるようにするには町がちゃんと自立しなくちゃね。そして人々が自分たちの意志で文明を受け継いでいけるようにサポートしてあげなきゃ。
You made it sound like you don't want Layla to become a god, and then you make it sound like you do want her to become a god. Make up your mind! If I want Layla to grow up free and happy, then I must make the city self-sufficient. Okay, fine. And have humanity continue their civilization of their own accord. Okay, so you don't want her to be Yoga. I misread. That's fine. Hmm?
何でもやるよ。私セナディアにできることが残ってる限りはね。その後もしいつか落星が神を必要としなくなったらきっぱりと手放して振り返らずに自分の自由を探しに行くの。
I wonder if Kiana's gonna end up in a similar spot. I feel like she will. I feel like it's also why she is still asleep. Like, being a god really is a high duty, and it just does separate you from the mortal realm. You just lose something from it. It's just how it is. I'll do as much as I can. As long as it's something I can do. It's Senadia. And when the Waxing no longer needs a god, she'll gracefully let go and turn around and leave to pursue her own freedom. So you'd eventually leave here, I'm guessing. Would you then go to another civilization and then make another, like, thing? I don't think so. I think you genuinely mean just end it, right? Like, go live another life. Die of old age. That's how you make it sound. Or pursue your own freedom.
だってズルが好きなくせにズルして運命をごまかすことだけは絶対にしない。それが落星の神様なんだから。
It can't be helped their god likes to cheat. Loxing, I think you heard you say as well. But doesn't want to cheat fate at all. The rolling waves hush the whispers beneath the starry sky. That night weaving them into new words, and quietly etch themselves into the girl's memories. Beneath the starry sky. Hushed whispers. Oh, sorry, like people's wishes. That night weaving them into new words. Night being like Layla again, but yeah, in this case, Senadia. Or night in this case, having no one to hang over its domain. That quietly etch themselves into the girl's memories. I like picturing all it tells me. What do you think, Seraphim?
セナお姉ちゃん、私どんな物語を書けばいいのか分かったかも。
Senna-chan, I think I finally know what kind of story I should write. be? What would that be? Seraphim. On a most ordinary night, the god had a most ordinary dream, and just as ordinarily. Chose the future she had already chosen. Okay, but how have you chosen the future? Like, I understand it, but how? Alright, you won't tell me. Fair enough. Can I have a breathing point, please? Late night, God's residence. Hmm?
広大な銀河には無数の文明の種が漂ってる。ナナが言ってたように、近いうちに惑星にもすぐそばで見守り合える仲間がどこかの片隅に現れたらいいのに。
Countless seeds of civilization. Interesting. That's a very interesting thing to talk about. Talk about other civilization. Again, the star talk, I really do believe each star seems to do like breaking destiny, or, you know, it's to do with like some sort of like other life form or other civilization potentially. There is some like higher existence of the stars do watch, like, you know, civilizations or something. Again, all like ideas and theories, but interesting to think about. Countless seeds of civilization through the vast river of stars. I hope everything turns out just as Nana said. I hope that soon, in this quiet little corner of space, Luoxing will have companions within reach to watch over each other. Her eyes were partly open and then weren't. She was listening but also trying to sleep, pretend to sleep. But it shows she does care, again. Nahara very much cares. Okay, what companions?
どんなお隣さんになるかな。砂漠を漂う巨大な船とか、絵本に出てくる海底文明が存在するようなところだったりして、楽しみ。あ、できれば話の通じる神様のいる星だったらいいね。
What kind of neighbors will they be? Will there be giant ships sailing through the deserts? Or underwater civilizations like in storybooks? I can't wait to find out. And it'd be even better if their gods were easy to talk to. See, the thing she's all implying here is very interesting. I wonder where it'll go. It's not how you're referencing the other games, because I know Honkai Star Rail, some of this makes sense, obviously, and a bit in Genshin, I guess. Yeah, and Star Rail again, actually. Yeah. Yeah, it does feel like... Well, it's just talking about the vastness of the universe, I guess, of all miHoYo's works. And all the different potential ideas. Of course, this is just like a small amount, I feel, at the end of the day. There's so many more things that they've created. Talking about gods, though, reminds me of like higher beings, or yeah, more gods, which I would be interested in seeing if there are some more gods or higher beings in the solar system, which there should be, because of the second key stuff, remember? There's two. Some sort of higher form or something. They haven't scrapped that, I'm sure. I think they're waiting for when it's the right point to talk about it, I feel. They have really put it off a long time now, so it does make me worry a little, but I also understand the ambiguity they might have wanted to leave with the dollar bill and the other stuff I said before, and the second key, and so I understand it. And chapter 42, of course. Layla is sleeping. Sleep well, Layla.
だってそうすれば未来のレイラに新しい可愛い友達ができるでしょ。数万年もしくは数億年後の景色か。私のレイラと一緒に見られたらいいんだけど。
I'm so interested in what this is all foreshadowing. But she's aware of all this. Aware of these countless seeds of civilization drift through the vast river of stars. Nana's apparently talked about, you know, that in this quiet corner of space, wherever that fully is, other than obviously just this, you know, place, the Loxing will have companions within reach to watch over each other. The Border Worlds, maybe? Or other civilizations. Like shown in the dream thing. But yeah, what kind of neighbours will they be? Will there be giant ships sailing for the deserts or underwater civilizations like in storybooks? I can't wait to find out. Oh, it'd be even better if their gods were easy to talk to. Because then little Layla can make adorable new friends in the future. The world tens of thousands, or hundreds of millions of years from now. I really want to see it with my own eyes, together with my dear little Layla. Yeah, adorable new friends in the future, the world tens of thousands, 100 million years now. I wonder how much she can see. Is she just hoping for, like, something? There's a lot to consider considering the line in chapter, you know, chapter 11 part 2, what they were saying. It's in the times that run out and other stuff like that shows self-awareness within, I think, the quantum computer, or at least more than that, obviously, but you know what I mean. The sector. I've seen it a few times, actually. He really is kind and really cares about Layla. What is she thinking about? What happened? She smiled more.
レイラは は優秀な子だから、将来きっと私じゃできなかったことをたくさんやり遂げるんだろうな。でももし周りに誰もいなかったら、寂しがり屋なあなたはきっと悲しみそう。
She really is very motherly towards Layla. But she also understands what needs to be done. She understands she can't fulfill all of this. Little Layla, you're wonderful in every way, and I'm sure you'll achieve things I never could. But if you were left all alone, and you're so afraid of being lonely, you'd be really sad, wouldn't you? Indeed.
あなたの同年代の友達として、私も一緒に成長して突き進んで、この世界のすべてを感じられたらよかったのに。
If it were possible, I really wish I could have grown alongside you, like in the dream. As a friend, to experience and explore everything this world has to offer, together, like fate wasn't that kind.
そうしたら、あなたと同じものを見て、感じて、同じ出来事で心を揺らせたのかな。同じ年頃の個性のある友達と一緒に、毎日たわいもない会話を繰り返しながら、夢と日常を語ったり。
See the world through the same lens as you. As a Dr. May again with the whole talking with the eye thing, remember? Share similar sentiments, and but different obviously, and be moved by the same things. We'd make friends around our age, but with totally different personalities. And then we'd spend every day talking about wild dreams and funny things that just happened. It's not like Senadia has a choice. She can't choose to remain longer. It doesn't feel like it's a choice. I think it just naturally happened.
秘密基地とかもいいね。そこから探検を始めて、レイラが決めたルートにあった障害を私が何とかするの。そのまま夕方になったら、また笑顔で家に帰って晩ご飯を食べるんだ。
We'd also have a secret base and start our very own adventures from many times. You'd be in charge of setting the route and me clearing the obstacles. We'd play until the evening, then laugh as we head back to our own homes for dinner. In her boundless fantasy, the god greedily made another wish. Nothing wrong with that, Senna. On a certain fateful day, a dream seeker who could freely traverse dreams or dream of her. Through the connected dreams, this dream seeker will grant her a miracle. The ability to travel to the future, where this dream seeker resides. Yep, by the time their time zones are not synced, that's why it was a dream, not in a gap between, dreams and reality, in the dream seeker system. They're doing a really good job trying to, make clear where certain things happened more the way they did, but it already kind of said this, to be clear. But now it makes even more sense. It's because a wish that she made, and it came true. Like a lot of other wishes, and I'm sure there's a cost for that, like I said before. Again, this reminds me of Sarah, again, this reminds me of the idea of wishes being granted. They've done a really good job keeping that theme. Like a certain fateful day. I just love the storytelling as well. And a certain fateful day, a bit like a prophecy. Again, that's what I said about a dream and a prophet, and like a prophecy. That makes sense now even more. On a certain fateful day, a dream seeker can freely traverse dreams or dream of her through their fate-connected dreams. This dream seeker will grant her a miracle, the ability to travel. Oh. Grant Senna the capability. Interesting. The ability to travel to the future where this dream seeker resides. In Defang, I guess. Well, no, it'd be third, wouldn't it? Interesting. Go on. As for the name of the stream seeker, if possible, she hopes it'll be. Assume Layla? She also doing this to make this up, you know, to Layla as well. Which I don't blame her. Sure, it's Layla after. Yeah, I think you mean Layla. That's why Dreamseeker also is still Layla as well, I feel. It also makes you wonder if Dreamseeker is like, it is still a Star Wars hero, which I do feel like they are. But, yeah, Born in a Dream. Yeah, that would make sense, actually, potentially. But it also makes you wonder if they are maybe a Sprout of Wishing. They came into existence thanks to being like some sort of like, you know, a Sprout of Wishing. Similar to Rice Cake, maybe? That'd be interesting. Vita as well. Yeah, it makes sense. Kiana and Rice Cake. They've got more memory thing, but you know what I mean. San Vita. Senadia and Layla. Well, Dreamseeker. But you know what I mean. It's both. You know what I mean? Yes, that makes sense.
でも今の生活も十分素敵だよね。この視点でしか見られないレイラちゃんの可愛さもあるしプニプニのほっぺを丸くしちゃって美味しいものを食べてる夢を見てるの。
Things are still pretty great now. Seeing you from this perspective is the best way to discover how cute you are. Look at those soft, chubby little cheeks. Are you dreaming about eating something delicious? He just wants the best for her. Even if obviously it won't always be the best for her because of obviously what happened.
よし、今日のレイラちゃんエネルギー補給完了。今の私は無敵だよ。さあ。
Little Layla battery recharged for the day. I'm absolutely invincible. Now, here goes. But you're still struggling, aren't you? There's the light. Ah, the box of memories and time stuff again, I think. Okay, go on.
曖昧な会話を何度も繰り返して捉えた認知を超越した存在。全惑星の運命の糸がたどり着く先、繭へと向かおう。
Time to head toward the existence beyond comprehension that I glimpsed through several vague conversations The place at the end of every planet spreads of fate. The cocoon. Threads of fate in each planet. Are they confirming that? So only Earth's was removed, right? The threads of fate entirely weren't necessarily removed. Or were they removed entirely thanks to the Elysia stuff? In general. Well, only after Earth, I guess. Interesting. Pointed toward the existence beyond comprehension that I glimpsed through several vague conversations. You glimpsed through several vague conversations. How? The place... Oh, okay, makes sense what you said before. The place at the end of every planet's thread of fate, the cocoon. Yep, and the box of memories and time. Fascinating. Okay, that's something to absorb in terms of information. That does really make me see every planet having, like, roots. And makes you saw and Sanity as the planets even more. Maybe in Kiana, but not in the same way. But you know what I mean. We're getting some very juicy lore today. Ooh, every planet's threads of fate. The cocoon. The place at the end of every planet's threads of fate. Cosmic trails, maybe? This is so interesting.
他の文明たちが終焉を超えようとするとき、繭もまた目覚める。つまり、時空の境目がない場所なら、何度でも終焉の法要を試せるかもしれない。
Enter the dream and attempt another embrace. Knew it! We're going that direction. Ooh. But doesn't that mean you'd be fighting for the embrace then? Every civilization for itself? No. Interesting, interesting, interesting. When other civilizations attempt to transcend finality. Yeah, like Tsar tried to. Purusha tried to with the Abyss, yeah. Not the Genshin Abyss, to be clear. The cocoon will awaken once more. So in this place where time and space are indistinct, perhaps I can try again. Once, maybe even several times, to try and embrace finality. Well, if Kiana managed it and Kevin partially managed, well, no, he did. He was accepted in the end, even if a snatcher. As you said, the cocoon did accept him. But I feel like getting a successful embrace is another matter. Well, Kiana was the only case of a one successfully won. She got like nothing else to lose now, and she wanted to risk it, but I'm guessing this could really injure her. There must be some heavy like cost trying to be embraced by the cocoon. I'm sure of it. There must be a cost. When other civilizations attempt to transcend finality, the cocoon will awaken once more. So is Kiana supposed to go down to slumber because of that? Is that why? Has to wait till another civilization attempts to transcend finality. Really interesting if that's the rule. In this space where time and space are indistinct, perhaps I can try again. Once, maybe even several times, to try and embrace finality. Enter the dream and attempt another embrace. Uh-oh? Please tell me we get to see how this goes. It's so quiet. Seems like it's always this quiet. She is slumbering right here.
眉は
Every
期
time
待
she
するんだ。
awakens from slumber,
終焉を超えた
she
先
would
にある
anticipate the
答えを
answer that would come from beyond finality.
何度も答えてみたけど
Stay.
認めて
I've
もらえなかっ
responded
た。
many times,
感じる。
but not once has it
あそこだね。
responded. I sense it over here. He's here! Attempt to embrace finality. What does this mean for Earth if that happens? See fragments. Wasn't Kiana? She like split into pieces. Go inside the cocoon, become one with it. Like there's so many questions of what could be going on. I didn't think we'd see actually like this. I'm surprised, but happy. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. 8. 9. 'This is incredible. It's been so long since we've returned here. We made us wait a good while. I'm glad we're back. There's the cocoon. Attempt to embrace finality. I love the stars. You'll let me get those stars. Stop it. Ah, is it coalescing into something? Yeah, it's gaining form. Yeah, it's someone. Yeah, it looks like that's Senna. I think she was rejected. The cocoon pushed her out. Is she trying to override it? And that's why I won't allow it.
眉のささやきをちゃんと聞けたことは一度もない。でも、影が何度も凝縮して砕け散る中で、これだけはなんとなく分かったんだ。
There it is again, shattering of shadow. I did say about this, the shadows and cocoon and Kevin's shadow and so on. I did talk about this. I've never been able to hear her whispers clearly, yet with every condensing and shattering of shadow, I came to understand something. I assume only one can have the power of finality, in terms of at least the cocoon. Other forms of finality and other things can exist, obviously, but in terms of this, I assume only one can truly, like, you know, hold the authority overall. In the end, I mean. Not at once. You know what I mean. Hmm.
終焉の眉は一枚の鏡。
Yeah, like a featureless mirror in a way. Oh yes, is a mirror, yes. Just like the shadows of Layla felt like a mirror, and I've theorized on that as well. The cocoon of finality is a mirror. Very true. And what are you going to do with that?
身支度を整え、本質を探り、見落とされた細部を探す。鏡は映し出すためにある。
Grooming oneself. Exploring the essence. Answer the colour thing, agree so again. Interpretive. Observing the overlooked details. Yeah, and the essence like in data as well. Information, memories, all sorts. Soul, etc. Observing the overlooked details. Mirrors are born to reflect. Yep, and how Kiana embraces humanity or her civilization is how the cocoon will. I think it's same for Layla's shadows, like I've said. Similar.
そしてその過程は、胸像の持ち主に問う行為でもあるの。
And the very act of reflecting is to question the owner of the reflection. Yes? The cocoon is talking! Or it's Kiana's whispers now, actually. I don't know how to... No, the cocoon should still be a thing, though. Yeah. Don't overthink this. Yeah. I wish I could play the sound. I like its hums and strange sounds, but they're very therapeutic, but they're also very, like, mesmerizing. What do the dots mean? She said nothing, yet a question echoed deep in Senadia's heart. Who are you? Who is Senna or who is Kiana? Okay, yeah, probably who is, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
私はセナディア。ラカダ王家最後の姫にして、貴族や民から愛されし者。かつては敬意と期待、親愛と慈しみを込めて、民たちにこう呼ばれていた。
I am Senadia, the last princess of the Laquadar royal family. The last one. So that hierarchy fell as well. Interesting. Okay. The last prince of the Laquadar royal family, respected by the nobility and beloved by the common folk. My people once looked upon me with reverence and expectation, affectionately and adoringly calling me I haven't forgotten the other thing.
姫様、姫様、朝ですよ。目を開けて、起きてください。ただでさえ可愛いお客様とすれ違ってしまったのに、可愛いプレゼントまで見逃しては損ですよ。
Your Highness, Your Highness. Eleni, I think it is, right? It is time to wake up. Please open your eyes and sit up. You've already missed a visit from a lovely guest. You simply cannot miss her lovely gift as well.
お客様、プレゼント。はあ、お父様が許すはずないでしょう。エレーニの嘘つき。嘘をついた次女には罰が必要だよね。
Her
あと5
quest.
分。はい。
quest, a gift?
1時間の2度寝のご褒美を姫様に与えなさい。
Having a good snooze. A quest, a gift. How could father possibly permit me to accept? Liar, to punish this lying lady. I shall reward her dear princess with 5 more minutes of sleep. No, make that an hour.
嘘つきがご褒美を与えるだなんておかしいでしょ。私の小さな甘い嘘を姫様が大きくしてしまったら大臣たちに悪口を言われるかもしれませんね。
Rewarding a lie as accomplice hardly constitutes a reasonable punishment. If you insist on raising the stakes and turning a small selfish mistake into a big one, the ministers will have some unpleasant things to say. I assume the Cocoon or Kiana or someone's saying like more of her life, basically. Since she tried to, you know, become a successful embrace. Tried to embrace finality. I can't win against you, Eleni. You're so strict. Whoa, what's this? Is this the yo-yo? I like the clover thing coming back up.
葉っぱの上に残ったつゆが朝日の光を反射してる。すっごく綺麗。きっと朝より早い時間に畑から摘んできたんだね。あ、待って、すごい、四つ葉のクローバーだ。
I still wish we got more of Sar's life, but I get that wasn't the focus for their story. But we get it with Senna, so that's good. Leaves cradling dewdrops, dewdrops reflecting the morning light. How beautiful. It must have been picked from the field, even before morning broke. Wait, goodness, do you see that? As 4 leaves.
まるで初めて見たような反応ですね。昨日姫様が畑で泥まみれになったのはてっきり特別なクローバーを探すためだと思っていましたよ。
Does her planet originally have loads of 4-leaf clovers? That would make a lot of sense. But like a star as well. And they're like hearts, the petals. Shining with light. And wishes and good luck. You act like it's the first time you've ever seen grass like this. So, when you were rolling around the mud yesterday, you weren't actually looking for any special grass? Apparently not.
それに三つ葉のクローバーだって綺麗だし。まさかこれってみんなが私のために必死に探して明け方に届けてくれたの？
I just felt really happy playing with everyone. Besides, green-leaf clovers are pretty too. Eh? Don't tell me. Everyone worked hard to find it and bring it here before sunrise just for me? Indeed.
小さなお客様たちの考えまではわかりませんが、もし庭で四つ葉のクローバーを見つけたら、私もそれを姫様の枕元にお届けしたと思いますよ。幸運を象徴する四つ葉はきっと素敵な一日をもたらしてくれますから。
I can't say I know what our little guests are thinking. However, if I had found it in the garden, I would have brought it to your bedside as well. The fourth leaf symbolizes luck. It bless your day with joy. What do the other three leaves represent then? I want to know what the other three leaves represent. If you don't tell me, I'm looking this up. But I'll wait. I'll see if it tells me or not. Our little guest makes it sound like the sugars again, but maybe it's from people.
怒りで我を忘れてしまい、心配する父の言葉も耳に入らないのかい?
They're like Falama this with the ministers or elders. Well, there's royal families for you. Senna dear, your royal highness, Princess Senna. It seems anger has momentarily clouded that little head of yours, making you deaf to the words of your deeply worried father.
プレゼントは一切受け取り禁止っていう言いつけを取り消すまで剣王たる陛下の話は聞きませんよーった。みんな私と大切なものを分かち合いたいだけなのに、この独裁者。
Are they just trying to protect her? Because people might all send nice gifts, is that why? Wise king. Until you rescind your order forbidding me from accepting any gifts, I refuse to listen to a single word you say. Everyone's only trying to share their favourite things with me. Tyrant.
Senadia Denka.
Senadia, your highness. Remember anger's clouded your judgment. Explain. Elaborate.
何？私は間違ったことなんて言ってないでしょ？だって竜すらめでる真珠も星飾りのジンジャーブレッドハウスもお父様は全部受け取っちゃダメって言うし、それに
Gingerbread house. Sounds like the candy house or the sugar house. I check something. It's close enough, actually, isn't it? Maybe. What is it? I don't think I've said anything wrong. Wherever it is the pearl. Even dragons would cover, or the gingerbread house decorated with stars. You wouldn't allow me to nod. Besides...
それに理不尽だっていう自覚があるからこそエレーニが可愛いクローバーを残すことを許したんだよね。そして私はその得難い幸運を分け与えてもらえた。そう、つまり分け合うことが大事じゃない。
Besides, even your majesty knows how unreasonable that is. That's why you allowed Elaine to leave this lovely little leaf of grass for me, so that I could share in this rare fortune. Yes, that's right. Share.
だから、敬愛なる陛下にも、このクローバーの幸運を分け与えたいの。どうか、
She's doing the same as Elaine.
素敵な一日を過ごせますように。
Just but to share it with you now, Your Majesty. I humbly present the leaf that symbolizes good fortune to you. May it bless your day with joy. He doesn't know how to reply.
納得した？
Have I managed to convince you? Probably not.
半分だけな。親愛なるセナ、父としての私はお前の言い分にもろ手を挙げて賛成してやりたいと思っているよ。だが理性的な私が我が王国、そして美しい願いの象徴たるセナ殿下に対して不満を抱いているのだ。
Halfway, my dear little Princess Senna. The half of me that is your father has been persuaded. However, the more rational side of me still has quite a few reservations about the symbol of our kingdom, and the embodiment of all good wishes, which is you. Again, wishes again, and again, Senna again. I see what they're doing. Very interested to see like this kingdom and how this place looks.
つまり、お説教したいってこと？
So, you're going to scold me now?
ご明察。だがその前に理性的な私を説得するチャンスを与えようではないか。
Yes, but before that you can still make an effort to win over the other side of me, my little princess. What did she do?
王国中から愛を注がれている姫であるお前は、人々が分け与えてくれる贈り物にどのような約束を返すつもりだ？
So there's multiple princesses? I need you to answer. As the princess favored by the entire kingdom, what kind of promise will you make to give back to these gifts shared with you?
演説と交渉の時間なの？授業はもう終わったのにずるいんだから。難しいな。
So we've entered the speech negotiation phase. School is already over. You're so cunning. This is so hard. You're very intelligent.
長期的な課題とでも思ってくれ。いつか私が力尽き、お前に責任を託すまでゆっくり考えて答えを出せばいい。
Then treat it as a long-term assignment. Before your father grows too old and entrusts the burden to you. You have plenty of time to think it over until you arrive at your answer.
わかったよ。いっぱい考えて。
Right, then let me think about it carefully. So the door was closing. Where is she now? In the room, I assume.
お父様が心から納得してくれるような最高の答えを用意してみせる。
No, lively girl, not princess. Until I come up with the best answer. One that convinces you completely. Said father, I think, as well again.
お父様が
Yeah,
心から納
Dosama.
得して
So
くれる
far.
ような最高の答えを用意してみせる。
Makes sense to the context. City-state resident. Their clothing's interesting, but it matches this. Oh, so she did sell like this back here. Okay. Your Highness, city-state resident. I'm getting tired. When we get to a soften point, I'm stopping. Really enjoying the chapter, but I am now running out of energy. Your Highness!
あなたは
And your name is... Okay, so they're using phosphorus Hesperus again. Fair enough.
背中で手を組んで何を隠してるの？私の目はごまかせないよ。ほら、早く見せて。
Hiding your hands behind your back? What do you have there? You can't fool those eyes of mine. Come on, hurry up and hand it over.
ダメですよ。まだ分けるとは言ってないんですから。姫様ったらまたずるしようとして。
Okay, then don't share it. I understand the problem. City-state residents. So these are just residents? Just Senna asking reasonable things of them? I'm confused. No, I haven't agreed to share it with you yet, Your Highness. You're being unreasonable again. I like the bluish eyes. The outfit was kind of interesting. Oh, I'm back in the dream now. Oh, okay, no, so this is how it was back then. It did look like this back then. And that makes sense again, because it's kind of like the Kiana White Comet situation, isn't it? You gotta be kidding me. Sure, restart the game. You can give me a choice. Well, I will see that as a point I can cut off. We will continue this next time. I am going to check the preview thing, though. Let me just flip that off. I'll put it back on in a minute. I appreciate being kicked out. That helps me. I guess my, not prayer was answered, but I was given some breathing room. But I did want to finish that little section. But it's fine. I think it's better to continue that next time. That really does feel like a new section at this point. So we're probably ending it here, but let me at least check the preview thing first. If we even got one. I didn't got one in the end, because you didn't get one at the start. Wait, what? That's an update? Yeah, man. I clicked the login method. Just log me in, please. Alright, cool. Alright, put it back on now. Thank you for waiting.
Captain on bridge.
Come on. There we are. Character of the Void's voice has been cold. Alright, that's not normal. Give him a sound back. Huh? That's weird. Yeah, there was no preview, was there, on like the others? No, there wasn't. Did they remove the story before? Why? Okay. You know what? No, I'm too afraid to click that button. Don't you dare direct me to the wrong chapter. It says the X chapter. It's still going. Yeah, so we're on that section. We'll just continue that next time. No, I should claim my crystals, shouldn't I? Whoops. Photo preserved in memory. We've got 2 parts done. That's pretty good. No one on the bridge. Readables. Huh? Huh? Oh yeah. No. I'm confused. Wasn't there 2 readables I read? No. There was not. Whatever. I'll shut them. No, that's not what I meant. Yeah, we got like 4 CGs, that's pretty good. Did I not save this one? Pretty sure I did, but just in case I didn't. I assure you, the dragon and the traveller, 4-leaf clover, her inner voice. Yeah, we still got a bit to go, because there's still chapter 12 as well. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Well, we'll end it there. If you enjoyed the stream, please like, please subscribe. If you want to talk about, you know, you had anything to say down below, you know, about Honkai Impact 3rd or any miHoYo's game, put in the comment section. Don't spoil, of course. There's more story out than obviously, you know, I'm up to at the moment. And for others as well. I don't want to get unspoiled either. Sorry, I seem tired. You have a Discord link down below, like to join my community. There's a link for that. And yeah, everything else will be in the description and so on, as usual. Yeah, guys, that's it. So with that, we'll be ending the stream. This is GoFit Mirror, signing out. I'll see you guys next time.